hard work that goes into it, and we should never give up. We should just work hard towards getting what we want to achieve in order, because the ultimate goal is to make an impact in our communities. So if we don't do something, then that impact is not likely to be seen in our communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Amina, maybe just what strategies have you found effective in building relationships with funders?
The best strategy in building relationship is being a human at the end of the day, because most of the time, even I know all funders can tell you that sometimes you want people to approach you as a human and just get to know that this, I think just humanizing funding, that is what is lacking, because for so long it has been, if I see a funder, the most immediate thing I do is I go pitch my idea to them, even not caring are they in the right space of figuring out, can we just start? And one thing that has worked for us is when you're building relationship, you may not benefit from that specific funder immediately. It may take even 5 years, 3 years, some months down the line for them to notice you. So how can we humanize philanthropy and see funders, as much as they're giving us money, seeing them as human at the end of the day? So that builds the relationship, and then they see you as a person, they believe in you because it is human, and then now they can be able to support your idea or the thing that you're trying to put out there.
Thank you. Paul, just this question is, we would want to know. Can you share an example of a project or organization that you have supported and the findings were unexpected? The impact was really unexpected. What lessons did you get from that?
Yeah, sorry, there's a number of examples. And maybe this goes to why sometimes it's very important to collect the data, because you can be surprised. And the only way people will believe you is if you have good data to show it. So I'll give 3 examples just really quickly, because they're kind of fun. Everyone knows about cash transfers. There's a trial in Niger, I believe, that our core donor funded, that looked at cash transfers versus like psychosocial support and coaching versus cash transfers with psychosocial support and coaching. And the results were that the coaching and psychosocial support had exactly the same impact magnitude as cash alone, but at 1/10 of the cost. So that, that was really the seeds of what started Agency Fund in the beginning, which was to say, wow, this is so powerful that you can have these large effects with actually a fraction of the cost of what people might think. And the only way we would have known that is because there was good data collection and a good design to test that. But I think that's maybe an encouragement for everyone in this room, because for people who are not in the mental health area, it can seem a little bit fuzzy, a little bit like hard to measure, but no, there can be really dramatic effects to engaging people's mindsets and mental health and well-being. And if you're able to show that, that can be really great. Maybe I'll just show one more because it's fun. There's another pilot that was done with the movie Queen of Katwe, which is a Disney movie about a young girl who came from an informal settlement of Kampala, but she had a talent for chess. And so she went on to become a chess champion and compete in international tournaments. And it's a nice movie. But they showed this movie to girls and boys in Kampala, and immediately their test scores went up. And not only that, they could trace the impacts to just watching the movie. They could trace the impacts years later on educational outcomes, and that persisted for years later in terms of future educational outcomes. So this really just points to, surprising, right? It's just a movie, but by engaging people's mindsets in particular ways that might resonate or might be appropriate to them, you can make lasting change.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Julia.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just getting emotional about that story. That's so beautiful.
Okay. You are closing thoughts, but before we close, unless you feel like you have something really which you think the audience needs to hear. If you could change one thing about the funding landscape for mental health and resilience, what would that be and why?
For me, it's easy. I want, and not to say that mental health is particularly bad at this. I think every funding area needs this, is to be more focused on outcomes. I think that very often we've been so married to particular interventions, which I understand. It's very easy to get lost in the details, that we so rarely stop to ask, is it working? And is this really making an effect on people? And I want us to be asking that every day, every time we review our programming, every time we interact with our with the people who benefit from the programming, every time we describe it externally or we engage with government, we should be asking ourselves, did this really work? And if not, how can we make sure that it works better? And how can we make sure that we are here in service to the people, not just in service to the intervention?
Thank you very much. Sonia, something is, what does that mean? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard from these prominent, eminent researchers who have managed to get a high-level funding and the great funder. And I hope during our break, we'll be able to approach them and speak to them a little bit more. So I'm opening this time now to the audience questions. And these questions have been sent through the QR code. And these are the questions that I'm going to read. And then one of you can respond to them. Thank you. How do organizations go about applying funding? If we have tackled it, I think we just say done. How do organizations go about applying for funding? I think Christine gave a kind of exposition about what you need to read, what you need to do, what you need to work with. Unless you want to say something to that question.
No, I think I was quite detailed.
Yeah.
Just say, check what suits your proposal before you go into the application.
Oh, thank you. Question number 2. What happens when an organization runs out of funds? How do you bounce back? I'm not sure whether I've applied for funding and I've used all the funding before finishing my work. I will assume that is what it says. You know, you can interpret that in many ways. Yes, Amina?
I think I'll try to answer to that and say that before even, and that is why I know we hear they talk about sustainability, and a lot of funders, Paul can confirm, want to fund things that they are sure that even if the funding pulls out, it will continue. So how do you make sure even before applying for a funding, when you get a funding, that even if the funder pulls out, you are sustainable? What are the sustainable ways you'll keep the program going and find ways for it to continue?
Amina also mentioned around relationship and treating people as people. Because during COVID, a lot of funders were worried about organizations running out of money. Mm-hmm. And that's just, and their support during that time is purely based on relationship then. It's not what the contract says, but it's just that they want to make sure that certain organizations that they really admired just could see their way through that period. So if you have good relationships, a good relationship is probably better than a good grant at the end of the day.
And I think it's something to also remember, there's always this power dynamic where you feel like the donor is more valuable to you than you are to the donor, but that's not always true. That donor wants to know that their investment has been well used and that it will work in the future. They have their own interest in making sure that your organization does not collapse. They have the interest to know that your organization will get through its next transition. So I think it's always worth, as Amisa said, to really lean in on that relationship also when you're in a hard time, even though it may be difficult emotionally, because the donor in many ways, donors also spend all of their time fundraising, right? And they also spend all of their time convincing their organization that their investments were the right ones. They want to, it's in their interest to make sure that you see this, these low times through.
Thank you. The other question is, my question is on funding. Are the funders more interested in the results or rather findings of the research or profit stroke financial gain as a result of the research? Then, like, is that something they consider when funding? Okay, it's a long one. Are the funders more interested in the results or rather findings of the research, or are they interested in the profit, financial gain as a result of the research?
I think I may not be able to speak from the funder's perspective, but I'll speak from the recipient perspective. So I think what I have seen over time, I think deliverables in terms of output is key for the funder. What are you actually going to achieve? Because when you're writing that grant application, there are things that you set out that you're going to do, and maybe that was very enticing to the funder, while it is something that was an output for you as a team as you're submitting the grant. It means it was an enticement also for the funder or for the reviewer, so that was something that was positive. So I think deliverable is very key, sustainability is very key, and just being able to translate, that evidence into a current model, or translate that evidence into a policy impact, or translate that evidence into current practice. I think that is what I think the funder is looking at. In terms of profit, I doubt if researchers make profits. From the funder's perspective, I'm not sure if they make profits, but what we are looking at is the impact and trying to show that these things works. It can be funded, it is scalable, and it can actually make a difference to the wider population.
Thank you, Christine. Paul, you want to?
No, I don't have much to add. I think
you don't
if a funder is funding research, they want to know the results.
Yeah.
But I think more and more funders are getting better at also assessing whether those results will quickly influence some sort of policy or action. So I think both components are important.
Okay. The other question is, do funding organizations fund individuals? If so, how do you go about it?
I can answer to that. They do fund individuals, and that is the point again in relationship building. Because if I approach you, for instance, I want to know more about you as a person and not about the organization will come later, right? Because most of even the relationship that we have personally, we would, if an opportunity comes and I know I've built a good relationship with Paul, I know I can be able to say, oh, I know somebody in this field who does such a thing because of the relationship that we build, but that is you as a person building that. And then the building your personal brand, I know we hear this a lot of the time, and building your brand is not just posting on social media, but building your brand is what are your values alignment to the people that you meet. So if my value is, let's say, trust, I look for people who have the same value, and so they know me as a person who delivers or a person who does what. So if an opportunity comes, they'll be like, oh, I know such and such a person, she did such a thing, and can we be able to? So I believe that they fund organization, but at the end of the day, they'll fund you as the person, because you are you sell yourself actually at the end of the day. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Amisa. Okay. The other question is, what can organizations do, or what strategies can organizations employ to ensure financial hygiene? Financial hygiene. I didn't know finance as hygiene. Okay.
I don't know if that's transparency. I'm also struggling to understand the word financial hygiene, or just useful, use of the finances that we received.
Maybe.
Anybody who wants to clarify financial hygiene? If you asked the question, what did you have in mind? They're not here. So Finance has no idea, does it? But supposing what she meant was transparency in financial management. Yeah.
I could start, and when it comes to financial management, I think before, at the beginning of the project, even before it gets funded, every researcher submits a budget, and there are categories for each of these budgets. And so just aligning your work to these specific categories and working with the finance department rather than working alone, because most funders will fund an organization from my research experience. Of course, there is a lead, but most of the time they will work with the lead person and the finance department to be able to track those costs. So just making sure there is a tracking for each of the objectives that researchers are doing and working together to make sure that those objectives are achieved while making good of those finances, I think is very, very important. And just providing evidence of the work that you've done, because you don't want to do data falsification and say that you've used the money, or you don't want to say that you've used the money but you probably planned to recruit 50 or 500 participants, but you've recruited 50 participants, but it doesn't equate to what, as a researcher, you requested from the funder. So just what budget you submitted and how you're delivering your objectives is one way of just tracking how you're making good use of your finances.
And I would say when I was a funder, there was nothing that killed a funder's confidence faster than the program people not knowing the costs. And that didn't mean that we need everybody to be the head of finance. But if there's an organization where finance and money is only the job of the finance department, it's generally a huge red flag. We really want to know that the people who are creating the program, the people who are making decisions, at least understand the big cost drivers, at least understand what's driving your costs and what affects your costs. And that is something that really, that is I think that maybe is what they're referring to when they mean hygiene. It really shows you that the organization has strong habits around making sure that everybody has responsibilities for costs. It's not just a support function that goes on someplace that people don't see.
Okay, thank you. How do resilience, hope, and optimism relate to money? How do resilience, hope, and optimism related to money?
I can answer in terms of resilience and hope and optimism, and saying that in optimism that there is abundance for everyone. And I know we grow up in the setup whereby it is scarcity, that we believe that certain resources are only there for certain people. You can also be that person, or your organization can be that organization. So there's abundance, and there's like whatever, I am a believer that whatever seed is planted into you, it's there for a reason, so it will actually grow. So there's an abundance, and if you're not receiving fundings right now and you're doing the right thing, the abundance will follow you. So just also shifting our mindset from believing that it is scarce, the resources are scarce, to knowing that there is the resources out there. We just have to figure out how to get them.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm done with the questions that were sent. So the remaining few minutes, just your parting word. As a funder, as a person who gets those funds, yeah, starting with Paul.
I really like what Amisa said about the relationship part, and I would view it as a bit of a journey to say that you usually don't get money in the first conversation, and I don't think that should be the pressure or the expectation either. But if you engage in just a conversation around, I'm trying to do this thing, could I have feedback? What would you suggest? And you continue that sort of conversation. In my experience, not as a funder, but when I was more on the implementing side, one, that was the most enjoyable interactions, but then two, they do pay back eventually. It could be 6 months later, a year later, 2 years later. Sometimes it has happened sometimes in the one meeting as well. But usually it's through those conversations that you develop the relationships, which are really even more valuable. But then it does also kind of yield the money, but it takes a little bit of, hope and resilience and persistence as well.
For me, my parting shot will be, it's okay to not receive all fundings. If you find a funder and your values are not aligned, like Paul said, the relationship is more important than the money. So if you find that it is not working, instead of, let's say the relationship not working because your values are not aligned, you can choose to save the relationship and let the funding go, and knowing that an opportunity may come again. So it's okay to not take everything that is out there, but just align yourself and go to what works for you, and don't spread yourself thin, and know that there are people who actually see you or will see you and will support you at the end of the day.
Okay. Mine is just to encourage everyone who is applying for grants not to give up, and you don't have to know anyone from the funder at a personal level. Yes, there is Child and Mind Institute, but as long as you qualify, just apply and wait. Thank you.
And I think for me, it's, I definitely echo all of those things. I think the thing to remember is that we're the sort of funders that were there 10, 15 years ago, who were largely bilaterals, constrained by government giving rules, were one kind of funder. And now we're seeing the entry and the growth of a lot more personal funders, so a lot more big philanthropy, a lot more collaborative funds, a lot of funds where the decision-making power has been decentralized. And we should take advantage of that, because these people want to really live in a different world, right? It's less about achieving specific goals that can be reported upwards to parliaments. It's really about seeing the world differently. And if all of us can articulate the work that we want to do that will help build that world, then you're already halfway there.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much, panelists. You did well. And I wish we could have continued for another 1 hour. But we'll use what you've given us, and we'll reach out to you. Thank you very much. All the best.
How to be alone. It all begins with knowing nothing lasts forever, so you might as well start packing now. In the meantime, practice being alive. There will be a party where you'll feel like nobody's paying you attention, and there will be a party where attention's all you'll get. What you need to do is to remember to talk to yourself between these parties. And again, there will be a day, a decade, where you won't fit in with your body, even though you're in the only body you're in. You need to control your habit of forgetting to breathe. Remember when you were younger and you practiced kissing on your arm? You were onto something then. Sometimes harm knows its own healing. Comfort knows its own intelligence. Kindness too. It needs no reason. There is a you telling you another story of you. Listen to her. Where do you feel anxiety in your body? The chest? The fist? The dream before waking? The head that feels like it's at the top of the swing, or the clutch of gut like falling and falling and falling and falling? It knows something. You're dying. Try to stay alive. For now, touch yourself. I'm serious. Touch yourself. Take your hand and place your hand someplace upon your body and listen to the community of madness that you are. You are such an interesting conversation. You belong here.
Indeed, you belong here. Do you belong here? Do you believe that you belong here? You don't sound convincing. Do you belong here? All right, all right. Once again, my name is Kendine Konge. If you joined us later, this is the Shamiri Summit, but also the Shamiri Music Festival. Because you guys sang with me and you sang so well, right? Now, the next song I'm going to sing is a song called 8. And it was written by a wonderful friend of mine called Timothy. And what 8 talks about, and I really love the panel discussion that we've just had, because the song basically says, if you fall down 7 times straight, make sure you get up 8. Yeah. Are we together? If you fall down 7 times straight, make sure you get up 8. Now I want to give you a small activity. If you speak Swahili, there's a saying that says, haraka haraka, haina baraka. Now, if there's someone next to you, try and translate that to them, to English for them. How would you translate that to English? Haraka haraka haina baraka. What is it? Is it hurry has no blessings? Yeah. Okay, I have one more. There's another one that says, haba na haba hujaza kibaba. And now translate that one to English. What's your translation? Could I hear one person? What's your translation? Small by small. That is such Kenyan English, eh? Small by small feels big. All right, let's get into the song. I know you've been watching the dark sky, waiting for the clouds to pass by, for the sun to shine down on your face, for the light to warm you in its embrace. Oh, hold on tight and don't you let go. Find the magic in the things you don't know. Don't you worry, 'cause that won't take you anywhere. You don't have to see it to know that it is there. Oh, take a breath, no, it's not now or never. Take that step, next time you'll do it better. Nothing's lost as long as you remember. If you fall down 7 times straight, make sure you get up 8. Why don't you help me clap like this? Some will laugh when you move slow. They don't understand this is a bumpy road. Haraka haraka haina baraka is what you say. But haba na haba ujaza kibaba, yes, that's the way. Oh, hold on tight and don't you let go. Find the magic in the things you don't know. Don't you worry, 'cause that won't take you anywhere. You don't have to see it to know that it is there. Oh, take a breath, no, it's not now or it better. Nothing's lost as long as you remember. If you fall down 7 times straight, make sure you get up 8. Take a breath, no, it's not now or never. Take that step, next time you'll do it better. Nothing's lost as long as you remember. If you fall down 7 times straight, help me say it. We can try that. No, it's not now or never. Take that step, next time you'll do it better. Nothing's lost as long as you remember. If you fall down 7 times straight, make sure you get up 8. Once again, my name is Candine Konge. Please follow me on all social media platforms. I also take grants. I am very passionate about mental wellness, but thank you so much for having me.
Hello. Oh, great. Let's hear it one more time for Kendi, accompanied by Tom on the guitar. That was awesome. So it is time now for us to go to our tracks. Oh, no, it's not. Just kidding. Oh, it's time for me to introduce Kane, who's going to be giving us a spotlight talk. So help me in welcoming Kane.
Good morning. My name is Kane Vundi. When we are designing interventions, we want to make sure that these interventions work. We want to make sure that they make significant impact. Now, how do we know this? As researchers, we use randomized controlled trials, or RCTs. These RCTs help us to measure the magnitude of the effect of our interventions. Now, most RCTs do not collect long-term data. They only focus on short-time effects. This could be due to timing constraints. We are constantly under pressure to produce results within restricted timeframes. Another reason could be due to funding limitations. Sometimes RCTs can be resource intensive. Another reason could be due to logistical challenges. Following up participants for a long period of time can be challenging, sometimes discouraging when these participants drop off or they lose interest. There's a recent meta-analysis that was conducted, and it showed that most RCTs collect data up to endpoint, with exceptions of just a few that collect data up to 1 month, and for some up to 3 months. Now, why is it important for us to measure the long-term effects of mental health interventions? First, we want to understand if these effects can be sustained over time. Sometimes young people may show improvements initially, but in the long run, these improvements may fade, and some may last. Second, we want to understand if our interventions have side effects. Sometimes interventions have side effects, and long-term studies help us to see these side effects and come up with measures on how to curtail them. Third, they help us understand how these interventions help students or maybe young people navigate through developmental transitions. As young people, we experience mental health issues when we are going through transitions. You might remember when you were transitioning from high school to campus, choosing a career path choosing which college to go to. These decisions might have had implications on your mental well-being. Long-term studies help us to see how well our interventions support youth as they go through these changes. Then we need funding. And long-term studies help us to build the evidence that necessitates or shows that we need support from funders and policymakers. Policymakers require us to come up with evidence to show them why do we need to support what you're doing. Then we'd like to show you our findings as Shamiri. We've been carrying out long-term follow-ups over the years, and we've come up with findings. First, we've seen a reduction in anxiety and depression that is maintained even up to 1 year after we've carried out our interventions. Second, we've seen improvements in perceived social support. Third, we've seen positive shifts in academic outcomes, positive shifts in behavioral changes. Now, as I conclude, we've seen why it's important for us to carry out long-term studies. As Shamiri, our commitment is to make sure that we carry out these studies so that we get a feel of how our interventions are improving over time. Now, for researchers and many of you here, we'd like to encourage you, we'd like to inspire you to carry out long-term studies because we are aiming at making a consequential impact in the lives of the people that we design these interventions for. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you, Kane. Now it's time for our tracks. Okay, so I believe when you came in, everybody was assigned a track. If you are in the doers track, can you please put your hand up? Nice. Okay, so you guys are going to stay in this room. When we get up to exit, please come closer to the front so you can see your panelists. For science and policy tracks, we have a few Shamirians in the back. Can you wave, please? Yeah. Science. Ichami is science, and the other two are policy? Great. So you can follow them. They'll be showing you to your track rooms where we'll be until around 1:15, at which point we will break for lunch, and there'll be more Shamirians there to show you the way. So, and then after lunch, we're coming back here. So we'll see you back here at around 2:15, 2:20, but for now, we'll break for our tracks.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, hi. It's so great to see such a full room. Can I ask everyone to, like Sonny said, just come forward. I promise we're not going to single you out, or it doesn't require you to say anything, but just try and fill the empty chairs in the front so we get a cozy feeling. I don't see people standing up. Okay, thank you. Just come forward, pick a seat, meet a new neighbor. Sorry? You can move to the markers there. Yeah, whilst I'm intro. Right now, and then when you finish, you can. Good to see. Perfect. Okay, let's begin. So, how is everyone doing halfway through day 2? Are we feeling good? Do we like the live music? Yes. Yeah, I think any event that I now am a part of, I'm going to bring in live music. It always makes you feel better. So, in today's Doers track, the theme is Leaders as Light Bearers, Building a Culture of Light. So I'm very, very honored to lead this panel. I've already met a couple of my speakers, and they are fantastic. Just to introduce myself, my name is Chiara Van Okel, although I was given a new name by one of my panelists this morning. So if you want to know what it is, come and find me after. So I am the COO at Shamiri Health. If you weren't here yesterday, Shamiri Health is the sister company of Shamiri Institute. And we're focused on the emerging adult population, so 18 and above, people in university, people in workplaces. I just want to tell you a little bit more about myself. As I was preparing, I was thinking, why do I qualify to be the moderator here? A bit like they said in the video, do I belong? Am I the right moderator? And I think that there are 2 things that I can bring a unique perspective on as moderator. So the first is professional. So being the CEO at Shamiri, but I've worked across 4 companies now in my career. The first one was consultancy in London, and I was super junior starting out, preparing meetings, running for coffee, and then moving my way up. Then moving to Nairobi in 2018, working for a finance company. It was a startup, it was fast-paced, 500 and more people. I was managing teams across Kenya, Uganda, Ghana. So bringing that into it, and then moving to another startup now in mental health, which was like less than 10 people and fully remote. So I was there for about 2 years, and maybe for some of my colleagues, I saw them in real life 2 or 3 times. Otherwise, they were ahead on a screen. And now I'm at Shamiri. So I think just to say that work environments today, they're so different, the structure, the people, the cultures, the whole setup. And so my takeaway from those companies is that no matter the differences, I think when you're setting a culture of light, the important thing, however you can do it, is to set up a space where people can show up as themselves authentically. And that's how you get a culture of light. My second unique perspective is from my family. So I can say that I have close family that come from about 5 different cultures. So I've got kind of English, Italian, Dutch, Kenyan grandparents, American aunts and uncles. And I think on conversations as I'm catching up, as we're one family, I see that, yes, cultures are very different. You have to factor in people's cultural background, but also there's a consistency. There's like a universal human condition that applies to all of us. And also it shows me the prevalence of mental health conditions, the prevalence of the challenges in getting it right across the world. As many of the speakers here have said, you know, it's no different in wherever you are in the world. The challenges are there. No one's figured it out. And also how quickly things are changing. 10 years ago, we never spoke about how are you doing, how are you feeling, what's your mental health, how are you taking care of it in the workplace. And now we all are. You know, my cousin in the US training to be a psychologist in companies. My sister's working in a mental health tech in London. My auntie here is taking a mental health sabbatical and wellness break. So, you know, we're spread out. It's a global condition. It's a global challenge, and workplaces around the world have to be talking about it and have to now do real things to create a culture of light. So, shall I bring up my panelists? Yeah. Okay. So, the first panelist I can see right in front of me, so I will call her up first, is Pili Nakasara. Give a round of applause. So I'll give a little bio to introduce you. So Pili is the CEO of HR Box Africa. It's HR software and services group. It's really focused on empowering people to do excellent work and foster thriving cultures. Prior to that, she was in Elevate HR, where she worked with over 1,000 people, professionals, helping them to foster these cultures of excellence. So when I was doing a bit of research on her before this panel, I realized she really has a deep passion for people processes in the workplace, and she has achieved incredible breadth. So I've spoken to quite a few people, and they all told me, you're gonna love Pili's energy. So she's connected, she cares, and she's talking to a lot of people across industries. A little fun fact about her is she did her BA in English Lit and Political Science and studied French Lit. So if anyone speaks French, you can try that out with her.
Oui.
Okay, so the next speaker I'm calling up is Eric Kagose. So Eric is People and Culture HR Business Partner at World Vision Kenya. So prior to that, he was in HR roles in the KRA and at Bank of Africa. He's a certified HR professional, and he really specializes in compensation and benefits, talent management, HR project management. What Eric is really going to bring is that cross-cutting perspective on private sector, public sector, not-for-profit, for-profit, and the cultures across all of those. What I liked about kind of Eric's background is he also has a forum, blog, YouTube channel called Conversations with Eric Kagose. So we can all go and check that out at some point. And he really shares all his learnings around culture and people through that. So yeah, and a little extra thing about him is he's doing his MBA currently at Strathmore whilst doing his humongous role at World Vision Kenya. So next is Cecilia Murithi. A round of applause for Cecilia. So Cecilia's super experienced. She has over 9 years of HR experience across so many different industries. I think I saw media, FMCG, many others. She's the People and Culture Manager at Belva Digital for over 3 years. I actually know Cecilia because Shamiri Health has worked with Belva, and it's been wonderful. She's passionate about improving employee engagement, performance, and profitability. She has clearly experience in growing a very busy startup. She is a student of life, so she's very passionate about learning about humankind, about human behavior, and bringing that into her job to help employees in the workplace. Next up, we have Janet Odalo. A round of applause. So Janet is Associate Director of People and Talent at Savannah Informatics, a very busy startup by the sounds of it. Prior to that, she was at OCA for Open Capital Advisors for almost 6 years. 3 years. Almost 3 years. So I think Janet will really bring an interesting, holistic perspective on this panel. She comes from kind of more of a general, broad, operational approach to people and talent, and is bringing that into her daily work at Savannah Informatics. She had a Bachelor of Science in Computer and Software Engineering. So would love to hear how you went from that to this. And just looking up a bit about you, you've also volunteered with St. John Ambulance for over 15 years. So clearly very important to you. The last panelist to complete our fantastic panel is Wanjiru Karanja. And give a round of applause. So Wanjiru, we had a chance to chat and WhatsApp since yesterday. So she is a global mental health advocate, suicide awareness advocate. She's a visionary founder of Clear Minds, Better Lives, which promotes awareness of mental health in the Kenyan immigrant community in the US. I think it's about 5 years old and expanded into advocacy for people of color across Europe and across Africa. So it has huge expansion. I think you have American Kenyan background yourself, and I saw you just stepped back this year. So congratulations on that, and you should be very proud of your immense work there. You've done your Masters of Science in Global Mental Health at King's College London and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And you're a recognized expert in lived experience as well. To top it all off, you've led communications at Mind, which is one of the leading mental health charities in the UK, where you led communications on anti-racist policies in the workplace and well-being for people of color. The last thing I think is very important to mention about Wanjiru is that this year, during her time off to take care of her mental health and mental well-being, she's organized and led a 600 plus in-person protest in London in solidarity with Kenyans facing financial oppression from the government. So maybe not so much taking a break, but still extremely active on your passions. So just another round of applause for the panel. Okay, so we all know the topic for the panel. I think I just want to open by saying how why it's so important with the workplace today in our lives. And, you know, maybe some of us read this stat somewhere, but we are on average going to spend 80,000 hours in the workplace across our career. Probably more if you're not working 40-hour weeks. And probably more if you're talking and thinking about it outside. So it occupies huge space in our lives. And I think it's a really exciting time now because there's huge paradigm shift, both in mental health and in the workplace. So mental health, we've got scientific breakthroughs about the brain, we've got breakdown of stigma, awareness creation, social media, access to more info. And in the workplace, a lot of it triggered by COVID, we have this different definition of workplace, right? The breakdown of 9 to 5, being more flexible, remote work, gig economy, Gen Zs wanting kind of a different type of workplace that works for them. So I think it's a really, really cool time to be talking about this. And my hope of this panel is just to open up the conversation with 5 brilliant minds. And also for us just to just get really real about it. And for the audience, if you can just go away or take away one new idea, one new way of thinking about building cultures in your organizations, and maybe something practical, actionable tip that you can bring back. So I'll start with a question for all of you. I think we can start with Pili and then go down. But please introduce yourself to the panel, tell them anything I may have missed out, and just share why you personally care about building that workplace well-being, how you got into it, and how you see the role of mental health in the workplace.
Thank you. First of all, let me just begin by saying that I'm so grateful for the invitation to be here. I am deeply passionate about employee well-being. My name is Pilin Kasara. I am the CEO of HR Box Africa, which is an innovative HR software and HR services company. And our goal is simply to empower people to do excellent work. Because when you think about it, people are the engine that run every organization. Great organizations, great institutions are run by great people. So it is our job to create innovation and create spaces that allow people to show up as their best selves. And we do that through, first of all, empowering organizations to make data-driven decisions concerning every aspect of the employee's life cycle. And we do that through our software that focuses on all aspects of the employee's life cycle, from when they are onboarded in the organization. If you're hired, I'm pretty sure you can attest to the fact that your onboarding experience mostly reflects on your entire experience in the organization. And when you're settled in the organization, our software also helps to ensure that employees get paid on time, and that the work they do, the output they put out, is recognized and rewarded. Because you'll agree with me that one of the reasons that employees are usually disengaged or dissatisfied or disgruntled is when their efforts go unrecognized and rewarded. And for us, we advocate for the use of innovation to do that. Secondly, we pair HR, we have a HR consultancy arm as well that pairs our HR experts with businesses. And what our HR experts do is that they help these organizations create and implement policies that prioritize the employees' well-being. And we do that because, first of all, it's simply the right thing to do. Employee well-being is the right thing to do. And we do that, secondly, because we must. You know, I was reading up on a report that was put out by World Health Organization. And according to that report, they said that 15% of working age adults are currently living with mental health conditions. I don't know about you, Kiara, but to me, 15% is, staggering. That is, if you are 100 of us in this room, that is 15 of us right now could be living with these mental health conditions. And in turn, that leads to the global economy losing at least $1 trillion every year due to lost productivity. So for us, truly, this is the right thing to do. And when you're given an opportunity to impact people's lives, because beyond the data, beyond the numbers, these are real people. And that's why for us, we've taken this opportunity, and why I am personally very passionate about prioritizing the employees' well-being, because it's the right thing to do.
Thanks so much, Pili. Over to you, Eric.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. So, my name is Eric. I won't add much from what Mumbi has said. I gave her the name, the Kenyan name, so I'm the one who gave her the Kenyan name. It has not sunk in yet, so I won't deviate much from what she has said. But by name, I'm Eric Agose. I'm working with World Vision currently, and the reason why I'm into this space of talent is because, as Pilia said, people are the most valuable people in the organization. And for us who are in organizations, let me ask, any one of you who is employed here who can give me maybe two of their core values, the organization they work for, the two core values of the organization, or the mission of the organization? Anyone? Randomly? Yes? Efficiency and honesty. Efficiency and honesty. Someone else? The mission of your organization? Okay. So how many times in a day do you pause? Sorry. Okay, I actually paused. How many times in a day do you pause to think about efficiency, the way you continuously work? How many times in a day? Do you really pause to think of, oh, I have to live this value of efficiency? Do you? Rarely, isn't it? But all of us can relate to the way our managers, our colleagues make us feel, isn't it? Isn't it? You will think back and say, wow, I can't deal with that one. He's my boss, he's my manager, or he's my colleague, but I can't deal with that one. If you're supposed to take a document to them, you'll think twice, isn't it? That is culture. That is culture. And culture is what, someone said, culture is what we feel when it's Sunday evening, and you're like, oh God, tomorrow is Monday. That feeling, that is what culture in organizations is, isn't it? So I've been privileged to work in 3 completely different environments. One is banking, profit and loss, period. The other one is government, service. And now I'm in the impact space. I'm in World Vision, about creating impact. And these cultures cut across. But one common thing is that we have employees. And these are the key drivers of every strategy. So I'm looking forward. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'm looking forward for us to delve in. And I'm a bit more conversationist, so I might ask questions to you guys. So be ready. Sasa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric. I love that. I think it's so important to think about values can be on the website, they can be on a piece of paper, but how do you actually get people to feel it? Feel it on a Sunday night. You don't have that kind of doom feeling. Wanjiru, same question.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wanjiru Karanja, and I'm not going to dive into a lot of things that Kira said about me, but why I'm passionate about well-being of all people, including employees. I think I'll talk about the time that I had employees at my own organization, and one of the things I realized quickly as a lived experience expert and running a mental health awareness organization for Africans and Kenyans in the diaspora is the importance of people to also have their own mental wellness. I love what you said about vulnerability, service, intentionality, because that's what I'm all about. And if you work for me, I don't allow you to work for me in a space that you don't feel like you're thriving, growing, or living your authentic truth. That is very, very important to me. And I always tell this story with my friends. I'm a creative. And one of the things that I think employers should do is really tap into like the energy and creative point of their employee, whatever it is that they're doing. I don't like working between 2 and 5. Like, I'm not gonna be productive. That's just me. So however you're productive if you work for me, I like that honesty and we have that conversation. So there are times during the pandemic, because all my employers were around the world, and I would email at like 2 a.m. Central Time, which is in the States, is about like 10 a.m. maybe Kenyan time. And I would send emails at that time because it's efficient for me to be working at 2 a.m. in the morning. Not everyone works at that time, right? So they called for a meeting. They called to meet me. And I remember they were very scared. But at the time I said, you know, what's going on? And they were like, we feel like you email us at odd hours. Some of us are asleep, some of us are partying. Like, we don't want to see work emails at that time. So we set boundaries. And as a leader, like, my job is to listen to what my people need for them to be effective. That is how you also create mental wellness. You know, it's not just, you know, create less stressful environments for people for them to thrive in. So I think my passion comes from also how I've been treated throughout like my life working. I'm 32 now. I've been working since I was 14 years old. So that level of just like working in different spaces, whether it's in, you know, private corporations or nonprofits or just different organizations that I'm board member of, it's very important for me that employees get to be their authentic self, live their truth, and be themselves. And that's why I'm here today, just, you know, being able to discuss that people need to be themselves, and also leaders and employers have to be able to tap into their employees, not just as because you're an accountant, you're great at accounting. I understand that, but what about your life? You know, what we forget is that 9 to 5 thing, you also have a life outside it. You know, we are children, we're fathers, we're daughters, we're sons, we're friends, we're all these things, and all those things come back to work. So we really have to create a space where people can still be themselves and enjoy their work. You know, at 80% of the world right now, no one is doing what they love, but we can at least create spaces, because we live in a capitalistic world, where people at least feel, okay, I did this accounting. I don't have to be bummed about going to work tomorrow because there's gonna be like a tweak break for me, or there's gonna be, you know, it's not gonna be stressful, or like however we create even like our KPAs or KPIs, like all that stuff that's due. Like it's really important to be able to listen to what your employees need.
Yeah, amazing. And I think that that seeing for people as people in the workplace is something we all can relate to. I mean, it definitely, whether you're leaders or part of a team, it's so important. And I think later in the panel, we'll really try to dig into how do you make that happen? How do you create that space? So Janet, yeah, same question.
Awesome. So the introduction, I'm Janet, and I'm in the people space. So currently my role is Associate Director of People and Talent at Savannah Informatics. And we are a very people-focused or people-centric organization that stems from our customers and also from internally, the organization as well itself. So my passion is cutting across my own experience. So I've been in consulting before. I worked for a consulting firm that's Open Capital, and we could see the driving force is still people. And moving into Savannah Informatics, we are building systems that are more resilient and help in systems strengthening. And in such a case, you want to really focus on developing your talent, really focus on influencing them, investing in them, and inspiring them. So my passion stems from creating leaders who are able to nurture, train, and develop talent as we move along the employee life cycle. So a lot has been said in terms of investing using systems that support that life cycle. But as leaders, we are also influential in ensuring that we develop the next generation of future business leaders. So that's my passion.
Thanks so much, Janet. And last but not least, Cecilia.
Hello. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everyone. Clearly, from the panelists, I'll just maybe summarize and conclude, because I think just doing the right thing, because we are humans, and I think HR sits at the center of that, just leading people, then just the fact that we are humans and we deserve to be treated with dignity as humans is really central. I think from Kagote, it was around, how do we live or model these human-centric values that we keep on repeating in our websites, in our merchandise. How do we live them, really? It's the simple things. If you're going to a meeting, being cognizant and present to realize you have diverse people, how do you ensure that you're actually realizing and seeing everyone within that meeting? There are people who don't talk much, so then maybe at the end of the meeting is to throw something out there and say, I'll go around and ask everyone what they're taking away from this meeting. So just the presence and living these values. I think from 1.0, yeah, it's just the embodiment from the leadership feedback. How do I show up better? What works best for me? And I think it's investing in the employee resource groups where they are diversely represented, and you have them giving you feedback from their own teams because they understand them better, they are open to them better. You can leverage on that power, and as a leader be able to do actions that are really more impactful and valuable for your people without you really stretching or coming up with strategies on your own or answers, because I think to build a sustainable business, you also need to know how to scale it and using whatever resources you have. And I think, lastly, from my friend, I think she's just also sort of summarized, but I think it's also the processes within our workplaces, either to make things a little bit more clear in terms of maybe transparency or even efficiencies to just be able to do better, because I believe in a culture of continuous improvement. There is no one way that we can tell you this is what will work. I guess it's being very present into the realities of the business or the institution or the place that you're in, opening up your mind to listen to feedback, being present to the realities, the problems, not just internally, also externally, and then taking initiative with support of the people that actually are involved to come up with things that work for everyone. I think that's what I'll say.
Great. Thanks, Cecilia. So that wraps up just the opener of the conversation. Now we get into the juicy bit of panel discussion and Q&A, and I can't believe we are actually a little bit ahead of time. So that's amazing. Well done, everyone, for timekeeping. I also just want to mention to the audience that there is the QR code on your table. If you want all of the speakers to field a question, a burning question that you have on your mind, just send them in and I will receive them for the audience Q&A. So just going into specific questions to dig a little bit deeper. I think I'll start with Pili, not because you're the closest to me, I promise, but I'm genuinely curious about who should be driving this building of culture of light. You have worked in, obviously, an agency which goes in and helps people to do this. But internally, do you see it as something that should be driven from the leadership, from an appointed role, like now emerging roles are like chief happiness officer, or someone whose sole responsibility is to think about that, or from the whole team as a collective, that everyone has input into the culture? How do you see it?
I think it's everyone's responsibility to shape the culture that they want in any organization. And I would say, as much as it's everybody's responsibility, I'd say leadership also plays a key role, because they're the ones who get to decide. They're decision makers when it comes to taking up certain mental health initiatives. So leadership plays a key role. They also get to model the values that they want to see their employees have. But also in terms of the employees as well, they have the role and responsibility, again, like I think one of the panelists said, to show up authentically as themselves, to be vocal about what is working and what is not working. And also the people leaders as well play a key role as culture champions. So everybody gets an opportunity to drive and to shape the way the culture of organization ends up being.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Would anyone like to add to that? Yeah, Janet, go for it.
So I agree with what Pili has shared, but I'd like to drive more emphasis on it being from a leadership standpoint. So culture is always top-down. So if, it's always this saying of monkey see, monkey do. So if the leaders are not doing, then do not expect the other team members or the other employees to also follow suit. So it's always modeling a culture that is behavioral. So what is the leader doing? And is this something that the members can emulate as well? And that is what now supports culture from a top-down perspective.
Yeah, I really love that. I read an article also in prep for this from the behavioral scientist, but talking about how leaders should lead by example, and little things, right? Like when you come in on a Monday, talk about your weekend, your hobbies, what you did with your kids. Maybe share that you're exhausted and that you're gonna get an early night. Take vacation, and then vice versa, ask people about those other domains, about their family, about their social life, their hobbies, because if you're doing that, it will spread. You want to say, Wanji?
I think another component to that, what the both of you have said, is like quarterly, because I've seen that in different companies where you have an external like contractor, like who's like a wellness expert. They come in and check you, because sometimes as leaders you may not be doing things correctly, or sometimes subordinates or people who are lower are really scared to talk to you. So I think it's important, even like the leadership, to also be checked and held accountable. So also the company having external resources and external partners who could come in and say, well, this leadership strategy needs to change and things like that. I think having that lens, because sometimes we're all biased, right? Like we all carry biases. So we all need checkers and corrections from people who do not know us or work with us. So I think that's a really important part of it.
Yeah, completely agree. It's also support, right? They're also human. They have their stresses, and it's good to be checked and asked and supported.
Kara, just to probably drive the point home, and we all come from a family setup. I want to assume so, isn't it? And when you flash back to if you had your father and your mother in the house, and in the evening your dad comes home. In the evening your dad comes home, isn't it? And perhaps you are in the business of doing whatever it is you're doing, but then you see your dad comes home, isn't it? Did you find yourself having to change what you are doing to behave in a certain way. Did you find yourself in that scenario? Anyone? Did you find yourself that when your dad walks into the room, you're like, let me stop what I'm doing. I need to do something else. Anyone who can relate to that? It makes sense, isn't it? That is exactly what the impact that leaders have in the organizational culture. You'll see, let me give you another example. Kenya right now, as a country right now, a lot of things are attributed to the way the president does things, right? Right? Can you relate? Can you relate, or am I talking a different conversation? It is because the leader is the life of the organization. You will hear in a meeting someone saying that the boss wants their report to look like this. And that's how those reports will be looking like. And you will hear a senior manager somewhere else says, that will not go through because the boss wants it like this. And so that is the impact that the CEO or the leader of the organization usually has on the culture conversation about conversation. But just to throw a spanner into the works, into it, other than the CEO, someone else, some other cohort of people who have a lot of impact on the company culture are the people managers, direct people managers. So if I have 3 people reporting into me, I have a lot of impact of shaping how these 3 people are going to view the organization. Of course, the organization is a big elephant. Someone is seeing the ear and is like, wow. Someone is seeing the tail and is like, wow. Someone is seeing the head and is like, wow. But it is the responsibility, a lot of emphasis is on the people leaders who should also understand where is this organization heading, because it has a direct impact on psychological safety for the employees on the ground. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. So we've spoken about how important it is. No one can deny that. Also how I'm hearing it's a lot about creating the space and quite intangible things to make sure people feel they can show up authentically, feel good, ask for help, being driven from leaders, founders, externals, and people themselves. So with all this time spent on thinking about it and trying to put it in place, how can we measure the impact of that work at the end of the day and be able, I mean, you all are in the field, so you go home, you lay your head on the pillow and you're like, yeah, it's working. The culture of light is there or is coming. I'm doing concrete things to bring it into the organization. So I do want to start with Cecilia, because of your kind of data background and interest in the data-drivenness of this, but feel free to come from it at any perspective.
All right, so that I can just be very clear and also just give proper example of how you can be able to measure or show impact, especially around things that are quite intangible. They're not measurable at all. So one of the examples would be to rely on the ENPS report. For those of us who are in HR, it's the Employee Net Promoter Score. How do you go about it? I think we can read more about it so that we don't go deep into it. But what that will show you, especially if it's something that you continuously do, will be able to track either if you're improving or not, because then it measures the feelings of the people and maybe how you formulate the questions will be able to help you know what's leading into what. I think that's a very clear example that I can be able to give. However, also please have a caveat that even as you're saying data analytics, especially when it surrounds humans and human behavior and all that, there's so many other factors that may impact how people are even measuring. For example, if say we were to do this report around our quote-unquote maandamano time, how they're expressing themselves may not be quite directly as per what's going on internally, but the stress levels that are coming from the external. So even as you're reporting, they say analysis paralysis, be very careful to also follow it up with something else, either do more interviews after the reports, or use now what I was saying, the employee resource groups, to just drive deeper into these analytics that you're picking from such reports, for them to maybe elaborate further and break it down into things that you feel are more consumable and you are able to actually action against. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Wanjiru, you want to add?
Hello? Oh, okay. I think another way that you can measure is creating feedback internally but anonymously, because what you'll find is that I can be great at my job, like I can be 100 at work, but I'm not honest and happy about what, like, the culture going on at work, and I need some changes. So I think creating a sort of like a source feedback internally, and it can go to, like, obviously the people managers and then the CEO, because when I worked at mine, and I know you're gonna ask me about that in a few, so I won't dive that much into it. I think collecting feedback but not knowing who's given feedback is important, because sometimes you'll find if the 5 of us were working in the same company, we probably feel the same way, but we're not going to be able to voice it or verbalize it because we're afraid of, punishment or anything like that. So I think creating that type of feedback where you also know, okay, this is what's going on and how can we better the culture, whether it's wellness, behavioral, all that compacted together.
Yeah. Pili?
I think one other way you can measure, and I know business leaders are going to love this, is revenue growth. Because research has shown that there is direct relationship between employee satisfaction and employee productivity. So you can be able to look at the growth of your revenue before mental health initiatives and after. And you'll realize more often than not that after you've taken up these mental health initiatives, that the productivity went up significantly, based on even my research as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for mentioning that. I think money talks, right? I think we heard that from the last panel as well. And business leaders will want to see some form of translation of the costs of these initiatives and the time put in. And I think you kind of got to see it to believe it, but knowing that people will come, they will be more productive when they feel good in their work, and then that will translate to the bottom line. I think you gave a stat worldwide, but I read that $30 billion is lost every year to productivity in sub-Saharan Africa. So to bring it home, it's just a lot of money goes when people need to take time off, when their mental has affected their physical, when they're showing up as half themselves that day. Thank you. Anything else to add on that from panelists? No? I think, Eric, I will just pinpoint you in terms of this one, like measuring it, because you've been in government, in not-profit, in for-profit, is the way that you communicate the results. Have you had to change the language and how you're communicating the results depending on those places?
Of course. Different stakeholders, different mindsets, different missions. So in government, we'll have a diverse population. So you have the people who have been there, done it, seen it, so they're just waiting for them to accrue that pension and go home safely, retire, and enjoy life with their grandchildren. Then you also have the mix of the young generation now coming in. Now, in the financial space, all of us know it's high pressure. It's target, high pressure, P&L, especially in banking. It's P&L, profits. Whatever. But now in the non-profit, it's about impact, value. The culture is not about driving numbers in terms of profitability. The purpose is about driving numbers in terms of impact. How many people have we reached? And so the communication model and even measuring it is much different. And so I'll bring in the element of value. If someone is in banking, where do they derive their value from as an employee? How do they derive their value from? Where do they get their value from? As a government, as someone working in government, are they able to resonate that the organization mission, is it able to trickle down to what the employee finds to be valuable? It's easier to measure when it comes to NGO because you're in a value-driven kind of an environment. You're seeing impact. You walk into a community and you do the good transformational agenda and you see community changing and you're like, wow, I want to be part of this. So the conversation is a bit easier because we all are geared towards doing good. So most of us. So it matters with each different setup, and the goal also varies from one setup to the other setup. Because for banking, an employee wants more money, a lot of money. They will look at how much am I taking home. That is perhaps one of their value drivers. In government is, let me relax, do my stuff, have a peaceful environment, it can be that is a driver. And then of course enjoy is different. So it basically determines how much value an employee is feeling is deriving from the overall goal of the organization. That determines the communication, the approach in which you're going to use to communicate.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. So something I'm particularly interested in, and it's just now a phenomenon in the workplace, is that in most workplaces you're going to go into, there's going to be 3, maybe even 4 generations, right? You have Generation X working there, you have millennials, and now you have Gen Z all coming together behind this organization, this mission. When you're thinking about setting a culture of light, you want it to work for all these different people who have all these different needs. I was facilitating a webinar in June around this, and one speaker said a really cool analogy of that. Now there's this supermarket analogy. The employee wants to come in and wants to pick how they want to work, like which hours, which pay, which title, which, as you were saying, between 2 and 5, it's not your hours. So this flexibility and this customization is really important. So I'll throw it out to the group. How have you been thinking about this generational differences? Yeah, so go with Vanji.
I guess I can discuss about like my experience working at Mind and what I saw from the culture there. And at the end of the day, I think human beings are the same. They just go through different experiences. Because what you find, someone just wants to be happy and content. And we mistake what happiness is. Happiness is not like a level you reach. It's being content, right? It's being okay with how you're working. It's being okay with how you're getting paid. And everyone in this sort of room has different experiences, grew up differently, things like that, but there's something you want at the core in the place that you're giving your own productivity, which is peace, contentment, to be heard, to be seen. So how do you do that? One of the ways I think Mind was able to do that is creating a space of equity and equality. So we did not have cubicles, we did not have a room for the boss, we did not have a room for the CEO. Like, you would never know who's who. Because our room was like this. It was a very big building, like big floor, but it was like we had a friend zone. So friend zone is when you want to go kick it with your friend, but you're working. I used to sit in the quiet zone because I can't concentrate when you're talking to me, and I like to listen to music. So there's a quiet zone, and then we had the boardrooms all around us, and then there's I think the noisy zone, I don't remember, and then there's a work well-being zone. And that work well-being zone, there's like little meditation, yoga music, or something like that. And then there's also the parental zone, right? Like if I'm working and my kid or my husband need me, I'm gonna be able to take a call, right? And then there was a wellness room. I used to nap a lot, let me not lie. I used to use that room a lot every week. My friend over there is here from the UK, she knows that, because she works in finance, and she would hate it. And so that sort of create where I don't know who you are, but like we're working together and like we have team meeting rooms. I think that creates an equality and equity because everyone is equal. Now, and I know I don't want to touch on the anti-racist stuff because I don't know if we're going to have time for that, but also you realize that like when it's a racial setting, it's a bit different. But I want to say that if it was a Kenyan culture or a culture where we share the same values and things like that, it's much easier to have that setting. So I think different generations just get along easier because everyone is catered to. It's not just what a Gen Z wants or a millennial or a baby boomer. Like it's literally everyone catered for. And so you would find all of us being able to integrate together. And I think what's cool also, we all had check-ins together if you created friendships. So I could go on and on about that, but like that's one example I thought of, and it was really helpful because I think I used to sit next to like a baby boomer, someone like who's like my parents' age or like someone who's younger than me, but we can all talk because there's not this like wall saying, oh my God, that's the CEO, or oh my God, that's this and that. So you had to, like the walls were down of vulnerability and to be able to work together.
Amazing, thank you. We also have a small nap room in Shamiri offices.
Perfect.
So it is great. Janet, do you want to just add to that in terms of in a startup in Nairobi, like fast-paced, how actionable are those things?
For sure. So as Wanjuro was talking, so my take is very different because it feels like more of the initiatives that you guys have taken is for lack of a better word, woke company. But looking at the businesses right now also in the Kenyan culture, and Savannah being a very fast-paced, innovative company in the healthcare space, some of these initiatives we are not able to afford them. And by that I mean, you look at the business and there's a lot of production in research and development that needs to go in. There's a lot of innovative work that needs to go in. And then also looking at your audience, you have patients who have health outcomes that need to be dealt with first and foremost. So for us, we focus on a culture that supports what the employee wants in terms of can we cater to what happiness looks like. And curating happiness is, are we able to reward better? Are we able to compensate better? Are we able to provide benefits that support the employee's life? So whether it's parental leave, whether it's initiatives around, what do you call this? Maternity, so providing rooms in the office that support maternity care, and just being more inclusive in that manner. So I think that there are different trade-offs. You have to look at the business model, the target audience that you're also supporting, and then curate now your initiatives around that. So that's my take on that topic.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much. So a couple more questions. The first one is, to each of you, how are you taking care of yourselves and your well-being so you can show up and then do it for the whole team and setting the culture? And to expand on that a little, also as people, HR, talent, leaders, light bearers, where do you go for advice, support, to learn the latest thing being tried? Who wants to take that first?
Yeah, let me start. and I'll talk about Pili. Pili is here. This is Pili. So in response to your question, and before I do that, let me talk about the previous questions just a little bit. The fact is that we are all the same as human beings, but in terms of generational differences, so many things are changing. Our values, not really a value system per se, such that some of the things that previously the older generation would look like are a deal breaker, the younger generation don't care about. You understand? The older generation mostly would care about job security, sitting here for too long, accruing my pension, and stability of the job. But now in the gig era, in the gig economy, and a lot of startups all over, we don't care about staying here for too long. So if you don't deal with me rightly, I'll just tell you, hi boss, bye, and that's a complete resignation letter. Hi boss, bye, it's been real. Yeah, that's a whole complete resignation letter. So it makes us as people leaders question really exactly how do I structure a benefit that cuts across. That I know that at this age, from this age to this age, this is their need. And then from this age to this age, this is their need. Sometimes it's a bit of a conflict because, as she says, sometimes budget constraints. You are not able to cater for the needs of everyone. So there are those who perhaps will feel that my needs are not being taken care of well in between the organization. The others will still feel, and it cuts across between the older generation will feel like this organization is no longer looking for ways to keep me here. The younger generation is looking like this organization is not too agile, they are too slow, they are not implementing systems that are working as fast as they should, So sometimes it's a bit of a conflict, and that's why when it comes to a leadership perspective, it is having leaders who are able to pick these diverse views of each and every team member and trying to build them together and tell them, you know what, the goal is this, And however diverse we all are in our appreciation of processes, at the end of the day, this is what you are working on, and we want you to be safe as you do that. Awesome. Now, onto where do I get help from as a people person? Now, Pili has been very vocal in building a HR community, and I think the last time, I don't know, she will confirm how many are they in total. And the essence of a community, I was discussing with Mumbi. Now Mumbi is my friend. She's here in the space. So Mumbi's name I gave to Kiara. So Mumbi donated her name to Kiara on a light note. So Kiara is now Mumbi. Sawa sawa. Are we together? Yeah. So I was discussing with Mumbi, and we were having discussion. We were like, where do we get help from? And the first thing is to realize that you will never be enough. Amidst all the demands of life, you will never be sufficient. You can never plug in 100% every time, everywhere to everyone. And that the recognition that you'll never be enough simply makes you say, hey, stop. Press the pause button. Let me look back at myself. Where am I going? What am I doing? Am I adding value? Am I at the best place? Secondly is now the community of professionals. Have a support system. I know we are moving into a generation where nobody cares. We are too much into TikTok. I think an average person, I don't know, receives how many WhatsApp messages in a day. How many messages do you receive on WhatsApp a day? Can you even count?
I don't communicate that much.
Oh, really?
Honestly. I maybe like 15.
Oh.
And that's not a lot. Like,
wow.
I don't check.
Can you give a round of applause to her, please? How can you have 15 SMSs in a day?
No, but to be fair, I have iMessage, so maybe I'm lying because I have more iMessages than I do WhatsApp messages.
Okay. So there's an influx of information all over. Everybody is on a rush to do something. There is always some urgency somewhere. I'm sitting here with you and I'm seeing WhatsApp messages coming in. Eric, this, Eric, that. But then if you have a community of support system who you can reach out to and genuinely have a conversation about, I am struggling. I am struggling is a term that people don't want to talk about nowadays. We all want to be strong. We all want to look cutesy, and we don't want to look like we are struggling. But deep down, we are all burning. We are breaking down. We have burnout. So having a community of supporters, which I really have, I intentionally connect with Pili. Hi, Pili, you're my friend. I intentionally do that. Sawa. So that's my take.
Thanks, Eric. And I think it ties back to the opening panel yesterday about really it comes down to connection, talking to people, creating your community, because none of us should feel alone in this. And as soon as you start reaching out, you'll see that, we're pretty much all going through a similar thing together. And I think something that Simon Sinek, one of the greatest business advisors, says is, one of the most selfish things you can do is not ask for help, right? Yeah. So you should ask for help, give people the honor to help you in the workplace, outside the workplace, your friends, your family. Yeah. Would anyone else like to touch? Yes.
Just to add on this, Simon Sinek, he actually said if you don't ask for help, then you don't build trust. So it's a really dope way of thinking about things. You asked how we take care of ourselves. I'm just going to go down like a little list. And one way I think I try to is, I'm going to agree with Eric, is community. Community is so important. We didn't have much time, obviously, on the panel, but like the one thing that I was going to focus on was self-awareness, which is a build bridger to like mental well-being. I have a great community out there for me today. My friends are here. My partner is here. And, just they don't have to be like in the same profession as me, but we're like-minded. We like the same things. We talk about mental well-being together and growing together. I think that's really, really vital. Secondly, I do have a therapist. Because I can't do this by myself. Like you said, I have survived suicide attempts multiple times. I've been through a lot of things in the past couple of years of my life, so that's really a necessity. I think like nature, also being out in nature is really, really important. If you don't know this, 30 minutes a day, just take a walk. It will shift your brain every single day. So your brain naturally like expands when you're in green spaces and white spaces. So if you don't take a walk at least I try to every day, but I may miss. But it's really important because that's the part of your brain that wakes up and is creative and it's able to do different things. Music is a huge part of myself. I produce music when I'm bored, so don't ever ask or call me to produce music for you professionally, because I will not. But I do love music. It's another way like I thrive, I think, for my own mental well-being. Of course, reading books. I love to read a lot. When I can. Obviously, watching telly with my partner is also a huge compressing part of taking care of myself. But in the field, I think having community and also having friends who support your work. You know, you need community of professionals, but you genuinely need your friends who don't necessarily work in the same field as you, but they support you, family or friends. That's so vital. And also taking time to yourself. The reason I said why I have 15 messages on WhatsApp, I'm on Do Not Disturb every single day. Unless you're on my favorites, you cannot hold, like, I limit communication because it's unless I really need to talk. So I like to spend time with myself. And like you said, I took a mental health break since March, so I've not been working. This is me working right now because Tom found me and he's like, okay. So I did this as a favor for Tom. But my point is, I really value that and just to look at myself and self-reflect and rebuild again. And so those are the things that I sort of value, so yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for the courage and sharing from your lived experience. I would love to hear from all of you, but because of time, I'm going to switch the question, but this is the last question before I take the audience's questions, and feel free to integrate little bits you were meaning to say, and maybe one or two of you can take this and spend 2 or 3 minutes. So what do you think are the future trends that are going to emerge, let's say in the next 5 years, to keep it realistic, in terms of well-being in our workplaces, and how can organizations prepare for these global future trends? I'm going to start with Cecilia.
All right, so I think I'll just touch a bit on the previous question. How are we taking care of ourselves? I think for me, I am learning, so it's something that I'm currently practicing, and I think that's building boundaries. Because I feel sometimes when you are the person where everybody comes to, it becomes sometimes difficult to also think about yourself and sometimes to say no. So I'm one of those who's learning to say no and creating boundaries, because I feel it just goes a long way to also support mental wellness. All right, so to the question, the trends that I'm seeing. So I currently work with in a MarTech company, that's marketing and technology company. So my biggest chunk of my talent is creatives and the developers. So I'm in the middle of the Gen Zs themselves. And looking back at the last 3 years, there's definitely a shift, and I feel this is something that you will have to either adopt or fall. And it is as simple as things that we've just also discussed here, from Wanjiru saying, I like working from 2 to 5. Those are creatives. There is a time they can tap into their creative juices, and it's not like clockwork. It's not 8 to 5. Some have inspirations at 3. Some don't have a very good morning experience. So then how do you handle, because this is a generation that's coming to the marketplace, what do we do about it? And I think what I feel like is, we are not yet there, because again, there is no data to rely on, because this is the generation that we are with. So we are finding solutions as we go. And I think what I'm already seeing is even the things around policies, and there are things that will now become completely extinct, because, for example, my team, and I think this will depend definitely on the industry, but most people in the service industry, where work can be done from anywhere, you will have to relook some things like biometric access to offices. That's not somewhere to put your money in anymore, because people can work from anywhere now. For example, my team, we go to the office twice a month. Our numbers are looking really well. So for my team, I need to understand freedom and responsibility becomes very important. So then what I capitalize now is even how are we structuring our performance policy, and how does that still drive performance within the organization by still acknowledging that there are changes. I think that's something I would point out. And I think the other big thing is contracting. Gen Zs don't care about pension, and you want to bring welfare circles. It doesn't ring a bell to them. They are more into where can I put my money now and get something. So even when you're doing wellness, other than just mental wellness, when you're looking at financial wellness, what are you working with these partners to create something that is more meaningful to the team? If it's contracting, permanent pensionable doesn't mean anything to them, because psychological safety is not a need as much as our maybe baby boomers or millennials and the generation beyond. So it would be around how do you then set contracts where you're very clear in terms of what deliverables are required. So it's more delivery-led. So we want A, B, C, D by this time. The how you do it, the where you will do it from, you will choose. So I think it's just being in tune with the realities of the team that you have. What are they saying, and what do you see as a benefit still to keep the business continue working? I think lastly, in terms of contracting, I would say things around having no problem with people having side hustles, because these Gen Zs, they are driven by money now. So, and given that now you've agreed on deliverables or what needs to be done, and they have done it, can you support whatever other initiatives they have? For example, what we're doing around that would be, as we're trying to solve this unemployment issue in the country, but also realizing we have very good creatives out there that don't really have jobs. So many SMEs maybe may not be able to afford the rate card of a corporate coming in to get our services. So what else can we do? So how can we be the bridge between these incredible creatives and our small, medium enterprises, where you don't have to go to the big rate card, but we have vetted creatives who can get jobs. Even our own employees, we actually sign them up as the first people because we vetted them, and they still solve a problem that we are currently having in the country. So you're solving two problems at the same time, creating employment and meeting the needs of these businesses that are out there. So I think just being very present into the realities of what's happening and then doing something about it.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Great points. And I like how you bring the workplace but out into the greater world. Why it's a benefit for society at large, right? To do these things. I do want to go into the audience questions because they have showed up, and there are some brilliant questions. There's too many that we're going to be able to go through right now, but feel free to walk up to anyone during lunch to ask your question. I'll just have one or two from the HR code, and then we'll bring it out to the audience. So I like these two in particular because they're super concrete. So a bit of a quick fire, feel free to answer, but keep it very short. One is how do leaders build that culture for youth in the workplace? Should counseling be an internal support service or an external support service? And should people be able to take time off unexplained if they're feeling overwhelmed or burnt out? We'll do a quick fire round of about 2 minutes, so raise your hand if you want to take one of those. Okay, Eric, but please keep it under 1 minute or so.
Okay. Number one, leaders need coaches. Everybody needs a coach. So leaders need coaches. So that is the first place to start. That as a leader, get yourself a coach so that they are able to tell you some of the things that perhaps you're not aware about yourself. So they'll be able to keep you in check. That is number one. Number two, you don't need to ask for permission to go for leave. It is very retrogressive for a manager to ask an employee why they need to go for leave or take off. It is, we are in the 2024, for crying out loud. Why would I have to tell you I'm going on leave? So we can't. Internal, external, I've had an experience to have sort of same setup. The challenge with internal counselors is that you never trust them enough to ensure that your things are secret. The challenge with external is that not all of us are courageous enough to go out there and just tell. So it's a conflict where we have in organizations. We have a nice panel of providers out externally, but people don't want to go. We have internal, people don't want to go because they feel that their secrets will be in the organization. So it is an individual kind of an arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you. Pili.
I want to take the first part and in the one that talks about what leaders should do. And first of all, I think leaders should transition from a reactive approach when it comes to dealing with people and to a more proactive approach. How many times have you heard, or for us, we've had many organizations come to us, they want to do culture audits when half of the people have already resigned, or you want to increase somebody's salary after they have already, resigned as well. So leaders should move should embrace a more proactive approach when it comes to handling people matters. This looks like continuous improvements, regular check-ins, continuous skill assessment, so that you can be able to nurture your employees as they grow as well. So yeah.
Brilliant. Another question from the audience. How do you balance the need for vulnerability as a leader with the expectations of strength and resilience from your team too?
Vulnerability as a leader, or the employer giving me vulnerability? The employee, sorry.
Good question. I don't know if the asker wants to clarify that. So how do you balance the need for vulnerability as a leader? I think it's from the leader. So how do you show vulnerability as well as showing strength and resilience?
Dang, y'all all looked at me. She was going to answer.
So I think from a leader standpoint, the way you show vulnerability to it could be your team members, I think is calling out when you're also feeling worn out or burnt out. These are human feelings. Like we all go through the same situations, we all go through the same problems, we experience loss, we experience life in a similar fashion. So being open and talking about it, and really not sharing the details, but just telling them that I'm also struggling with the same. I actually need time off. I need to take a step back. Those are honest conversations that we need to have to build trust also with our team members or employees. And that it really shows up, because when you build trust, then you trust your team members to also show up for you as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I do want to take one question from the audience because I saw a hand up. And there's two questions in the audience that we can bring the Q&A to a close. Jean, do we have a microphone? Or Eric, thank you.
My name is David Dete. I was introduced yesterday. I'm going to ask two very provocative questions. And they must
thank you.
They must be asked whether you like them or not. One thing that I have noticed, having spent a bit of actually the whole day here yesterday and attended some of these meetings, what some of you do is this, not you, but very many organizations, they take what is already known in bits and pieces, put them together, panobit it, and then they come out as an innovation. And eventually, they want to patent it. And eventually, they are looking for profitability. So what I'm asking you, that's one question. You argue with me, Paul. The other question related to this, whether we are talking about workplace or out there, is where is this trajectory leading to? Are we trying eventually to commercialize mental health services? The WHO is very explicit. Any innovation that is important is an innovation that will benefit not you people, but those people living in Badari. Will it lead to those to availability, affordability, and a few other things, and of course, evidence-based. Are we moving to that direction? Eventually, who will pay for it? Do you want those people at the Madari Hospital to pay for these services? If it's not going to do that, I am sorry, we are commercializing. It's capitalism in mental health. which I think is very sad.
Thank you. Brilliant, brilliant question. I thought I was being a bit provocative, but you've taken it to another level. So I really like that. So are we just commercializing the solution for mental well-being through these initiatives, or are we actually creating something truly accessible, sustainable for all people? Who is going to take that one? In the long run, true long-term value.
Of course, there's a real push for economics to make money out of it. There's a real push because that's it. Yeah, but I think I'll take it back to the individual, to what is your purpose, or what are you driving at in coming into this space, in the mental health space, and what do you want to achieve? So I'll narrow it down to the individual. While I will agree that there's a lot of push for everyone to make a living. I'll leave it at that.
I think there's much more to be said on that. Janet, would you like to add? If you can keep it under 1 minute, and then we can take one more question and wrap up.
So I think in any market, we look at economies of scale, right? And unfortunately, from a capitalistic standpoint, people capitalize on a suffering sector. And when you're looking at it right now, mental health is something that not a lot of people used to talk about then, but we see there's a negative impact towards a person's individual health, how they show up for their family, and also how they show up at work. So it's unfortunate that it's more geared towards the economy, but there's also evidence in terms of the impact. So there's impact that is driven in terms of improving people's lives, improving how they're productive, and those are more of a positive outcome compared to getting value out of it. So when you're looking at the evidence impact base, it's more important seeing the positive outcome rather than just focusing on the money.
Thanks, Janet. Yeah. So we have one more question before time is up. Tatiana?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually just I have a question around boundaries. Now, I know, like Pili, you said that, of course, we need to be authentic and be able to speak up for whatever it is, like if there are any issues, etc. But how are we supposed to draw those boundaries? I guess maybe there are questions that we need to bring up to the leaders, but how are we supposed to tell them that we don't like the way in which we're being talked to, or we don't like these extra hours that you're giving us, etc.? Like, how do we actually bring this up in a way that won't get us in trouble? Because I think that's the biggest fear.
Is there this leader you're talking to, do they have check-ins with you? Do they have like one-on-ones, or is there a space for you to talk? Because I think if there's a space for you to be able to voice yourself, then you can definitely and should be able to do that. Now, I'm not saying do it disrespectfully, but I think one of the things that I did as a team lead or someone who has managed people is to be able to meet with them one-on-one and create a safe space. Like, because I definitely, as a black woman working in a place where we were 80 black people and there were like 400 white people, I had to stand up for myself all the time, because I remember one time I was the only black person and there was a white person who decided to be rude to me. And I had to stand up for myself, because I was like, I do not like what you said. I don't like how you approach me. That's not rude. That's just me standing up. So I also feel like and I'll let Pili go on, like you have to, as a leader and even as an employee, you have to be ready to take that risk. Because, you don't want to be disrespected or devalued as a human being, all in the name of being employed. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but there's one thing I believe, like there's a boundary of saying no, and I think that's also something that we need to talk about in workspaces through HR, like empower each other to be able to speak up for ourselves. That's not something I value so much, which is why I'm telling you, my employees called me for a meeting. I didn't call them, because they know that if they sit down with me, I will listen. And we also have to be ready to listen to each other. Just because I'm a boss and I'm a leader, that does not mean I know everything. It does not mean I'm right. I could make mistakes. So that's why also there's like a humbling element to it, whereby even if you're over here, you have to be way humble to meet everybody else. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. I just don't feel like that's the work culture here.
Okay, I can't speak to that a lot. So I'll let
I think
everyone
that
talk.
would be brilliant as a lunchtime conversation. It was so fascinating, but I know that there's one more person that is dying to ask a question, and I must say that I'm so excited by all these questions. I think it's a testament to how much we care about this and how important it is. So let's take the one more question, and then I'll thank all our panelists, and we will continue over lunch.
Considering the mental health implications that come with starting work or entering the workplace at such a young age, how have you been able to balance that alongside your own personal development, your own well-being, and also catering?
Yeah, sorry, I can take it again. My question is to you, Wanjiru. Considering the mental health implications that come with entering the workplace at such a young age, I think you mentioned 14, what are some of the ways that you have managed to maybe take care of yourself alongside personal development and also developing those maybe who are under you or those above you alongside maybe your own well-being as an individual? Yeah.
Okay.
And has it had its own advantages and disadvantages as well? Yeah.
Yeah, it's thank you for that question, and it aligns with what she said earlier about work culture. So I recognize that in this room I may be very privileged, right? I didn't grow up here. I was born here, but I didn't grow up here. So the work culture in Kenya and how people deal with things is very different, right? But working from 14 to now being 32 now, I've seen so much, and I think it forces you to just like working with different people forces you to realize, what am I gonna accept? What am I gonna allow in my space? Who am I gonna allow into my space? I think it wasn't until 2018 I was going through really, really bad depression, and I had just buried a friend of mine who hung himself, and forgive me if I get emotional a bit, because I don't like talking about it, but I called my parents and I was like, I'm coming home. I can't do this anymore. I had moved to North Carolina. I grew up in the Midwest. I worked for IBM for like 2 weeks and I quit. I was like, I can't do this. So I tried to create my own company with a friend that was failing. We lost like $300,000 and I was just exhausted. And my friend was like, we're gonna get through this. We were almost homeless. It was just like a chaotic time. Then my friend dies by suicide. And I had gone through this periods of where I wanted to die and things like that. So I go back home and I call my job agent and I'm like, I need a job because the social conditioning of how I grew up, it doesn't matter if I'm in the States. Believe you me, a Kenyan parent is a Kenyan parent. So the way they were conditioned, right? You're born, you go to school, you get a job, you get married, and then you get kids, right? That's a cycle we were taught. But that's not the actual cycle of life. Life knocks you out. I'm 32, I'm not married with kids. I was supposed to be married with kids at 25, but I'm not living that life. So back to the story, and I'll be really quick. And I went into, it was paying me like $35 an hour, and I was gonna be like a data analyst manager for an oil company. And I got the job. When I went to day one of training, because at this point I've gone through so much of my mental health, and I'm like, nothing in corporate is working. I quit IBM, which is a really great company, right? I quit Edward Jones, which was a huge financial investment company. I just couldn't find myself. And to answer what's happening right now in the world, there's a global conscious crisis. Everyone is finding out that I'm not meant for this job. I'm not meant to be here. Even people who are in their 40s and 50s are figuring out like, damn, I've been doing marketing for this long. I don't like it. So when I did that interview and I got the job, I went for training day one. And I got home, parked my car in the garage, and I called my dad and I'm like, I'm not doing this. I cannot do private corporations anymore. I don't care how much. And my dad is looking at me and he's like, it's $35 an hour though. You know, that's almost 6 figures a year. And I'm like, but I don't care. I'm so unhappy. When I was 16, my first job was being a waiter, and I loved customer service. So I've always loved people since I was a little girl. I wanted to be a lawyer because I wanted to defend people. So much of my life has been serving people, not serving for profit. I don't believe in it. And the reason I couldn't answer Doctor's question is because I'm also in that space where I'm like, I'm seeing mental health being commercialized, and I'm not happy about it. I am not. But I don't even know where to start to change it because I hate inequity and inequality. So my question to you is self-reflecting and truly knowing yourself. Even if you're in a shitty job, sorry to curse, just have time for yourself to know yourself so that you can cater to those things that don't take away from your authenticity. I'm blessed enough to be doing something that I love, but not all of us are blessed to do that. So it's been a journey and it's been a mile. And trust me, I took a whole 8 month off the whole year not to work. I'm still figuring myself out, but I'm happy to have a one-on-one after lunch. I'm so sorry.
No, that's wonderful and personal, and I think you should definitely follow up with a one-on-one. And I'm going to wrap up now. A round of applause for the panelists and for sharing. Just some 5 things from each of you that stood out to me. I think from Wanji, just your boldness and your honesty about this all, and your message of humble yourself as a leader. Eric, in terms of get yourself a coach, get that community, get that support, draw on the external to bring into the internal workplace work. Pili, how it takes everyone. It takes everyone to build that culture of light. And yes, you can think of the leaders, but it takes a whole ecosystem. Janet, how do we do this in Nairobi and Kenya? Maybe we don't have tons of money. Maybe in a non-woke way, how can we really make that culture of light happen here? And Cecilia, allowing people to be people, remembering that, give them permission to have a side hustle. Think about how what you're doing in the workplace every day is going to contribute to society at large and radiating that culture of light outwards. So thank you, everyone. Your questions were brilliant. Thank you for your time, panelists, and excited to connect with you after this. And please enjoy the rest of the summit. Sorry? The group photo? Can we take the group photo before? Sure. So, I think we can wrap up now. People can go to lunch. So I think everyone, we're wrapping up the panel. Please feel free to head to lunch.
Hi guys, good afternoon. I was thinking about I was gonna try and walk like that pigeon, but didn't want to embarrass myself. Huh? No. Good afternoon, how's everyone doing? I was gonna ask how lunch was, but Ray stole that question. I also was told that my jokes yesterday didn't really fly, so no jokes in this panel. But I'm so thrilled to be here. My name is Rahim. I'm the head of growth and strategy at Shamiri. And over the last couple of days, you've now met me, you've met Tom, you've met Sony. But what's great about this panel is that the individuals you're about to hear from are the lifeblood of Shamiri. We can't do anything without the following three individuals and the work that them and their colleagues do. So I'm really excited to be sharing this panel with them and to have you guys hear from them. So I'm going to invite the three of them to join me up here. So we've got Stephen Wachanga, who is a hub coordinator at our Kajiado hub. We've got Catherine Jerry, who is a clinical supervisor at our Limuru hub. And finally, we've got Diana Nekesa, who is a fellow at our Gatundu hub. And just before we start, I know you've got a picture of me up there. I do promise I used to look like that. 2024, it's been a tough year, guys. But yeah. Great. So as they get their mics, each of them is going to introduce themselves and explain a little bit about their role at Shamiri. So we're going to start with Stephen. If you want to introduce yourself, tell us which hub you work at and what your role is.
Thanks, Rahim. So my name is Stephen Wachanga, a hub coordinator with Shamiri at Kajiado, that's in Ongata Rongai. So basically, to explain what a hub coordinator is, I'd say it's this individual, think project management. So this individual who coordinates operations within their decentralized locations and regions, which we refer to as hubs. And so this person basically manages the people, the operations, within that region. I like to think of a hub coordinator as, so I hope this analogy sticks, as the voice box or the larynx. So I'm into music. So this particular organ, it's very low key, doesn't have that much of a big role to play, one would say, or it's not the main character like the lungs that breathe, right? Or the mouth that produces that vocalizes the words that you speak. But this larynx, just at the middle, between the brain that brings about the thinking and the language and the processing, and then the air that comes into the lungs. So the larynx right there, I hope that actually lands after lunch. But if it doesn't, that's okay. You can see me after this.
Brilliant. Thank you, Stephen. I enjoyed the analogy if no one else did. So yeah. Catherine, over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine Ndongo, clinical supervisor. So I want to use an analogy like Stephen. What I'm going to say about being a supervisor and the roles is that there are very many roles being a supervisor, and just to put them into one thing and put them together, I can just basically mention them while trying to show you how they work. The supervisor is in charge of onboarding the fellows. The fellows, I'm sure my colleague is going to tell you more about. The supervisors onboard them, do the recruitment process, and also train the fellows, because there's a manual or a protocol that is supposed to be observed so that we can be able to reach more students and be able to have a time limit to do so. So we have to have that protocol. The supervisor is also in charge of making sure that the information from the students is confidential. This means that we are the ones who take care of the packages and the resources and the materials to the hub and to the fellows, and make sure that they are confidential, because that's one of the key ethics. We also take the fellows through some really thorough sessions to just get feedback from them. This usually happens maybe every once in a week, to be able to get feedback from them and to be able to know, are they facing any challenges? What's the feedback, whether negative or positive, just to be able to get this feedback and be able to work with it. Also, the supervisors are also in charge of, doing the monitoring of the fellows and just doing the one-on-one counseling that usually happens on the ground, because there are severe cases, or there are cases that the fellows cannot be able to handle. Since the supervisors have a background in counseling or psychology, they're in a better position to handle the cases such as suicide, bullying, child maltreatment, and that's where we come in as supervisors. And lastly, I think we also make sure that we get the fellows to work as a team. In case of any dispute, the supervisors work with the hub coordinators, because we are really a tight team. We work together to ensure every fellow has a holistic approach of things.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Catherine. Diana, tell us a little bit about yourself and the role that you play.
Okay, thank you. Diana. I've served as a fellow in the Gatundu Hub. So basically, I will just take an example of your group leaders, but not those group leaders who snitch on you. So basically, we facilitate group discussions. We facilitate the interventions, on a group discussion level. The Shamiri interventions, which include growth, gratitude, and value affirmations. We also ensure confidentiality of the participants, meaning whatever they share should be confidential. We are also in charge of ensuring that we maintain a correct record of the attendance list, to just maintain a correct record of the attendance list, which we submit to the supervisors. We also give the near support. The near support by meaning, before I explain that, by that we undergo a training, and in the training they enhance our effectiveness of giving the near support according to the level of need, and the next level of need, which we now pass it on to the supervisors. So basically, it's conducting or facilitating group discussions.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Diana. So the first question I have here is for Catherine. I know you graduated from campus December 2023, and Shamiri was your kind of first real job after graduating. So what attracted you to apply to Shamiri?
Before I answer, thank you, Rahim. Before I answer that question, I'd like to know how many campus students are here in this room today? Nice. You're in the right place. It's very difficult for campus students to attend such summits, or even things like Career Week back in school. So for me, I met Shamiri in a Career Week that I attended back in Kenyatta University. I was an ambassador there during the Career Week, and I was given the responsibility to man a tent. Luckily enough, it was the Shamiri tent. And I met some people at the tent, and I got to interact with them. That time, I was also a leader in one of the clubs in school that we used to have sessions to raise awareness about mental health. So I invited them because I saw they are majorly focused on mental health. So I invited them to join our session just to see how we are doing things. And they accepted. They came, attended a session, and most of the members of the club, the Amazing Minds Club, got an opportunity to access free therapy through the Rafi app. And that's how I got to know about Shamiri. Later on, after I'm done with campus, I followed their pages in LinkedIn and Instagram. That's where I got to see the opportunity pop up, and I decided to apply, because for me it was more of a, I am a person who is really motivated by the youth. I'm also a person who is much, it gives me like so many, a lot of chills to like see the youth do something for this country. So like for me, it was a thing like Shamiri. There are so many people, so many young people working in Shamiri gave me like an indicator that this is the right place for me. And also the fact that they mainly focus on the young people in this country, and also the fact that these young people are not people who are normally very much hard in the society. So I really have so much passion for the adolescents as well, for their mental health. And seeing Shamiri as one of the organizations that is there to support the mental health of the young people, the adolescents, that was also another factor that really triggered me to push and get to the role. However, it was not easy getting there. The recruitment process, since I am very fresh from school and I don't know, I've never done like an interview before. So like for me, Shamiri's interview was not like really easy for me. Yeah, it reached a point like my English is not like, oh, it's not English. And it was really hard. I remember my second interview, I was so tensed, and I remember the interviewer telling me to pause and relax, because you have the answers, but you are so afraid to let them out because of the fear. And I was so scared, but I decided to do it anyway, scared, and I took, we've just seen here a pause, you know. I relaxed a bit and continued, pitching out what I want. And gladly, it was my first attempt, and I got the job. Thank you. Yeah, so I can say that's my journey with Shamiri so far.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Catherine, for sharing that and being vulnerable with us and sharing how you found the recruitment process. Really appreciate that. Stephen, you've been with Shamiri for more than a year and a half now, but you did start off as a hub coordinator. So maybe tell us a little bit about your journey at Shamiri and how it's evolved.
All right. So mine was a similar story to Catherine. I'm kidding, it wasn't. So let's take the analogy of, okay, I don't have an analogy. Another analogy to use? Okay, let's. So I started off as a clinical supervisor, so applied as well. Was looking for a job, then I just started doing my master's, and then saw the clinical supervisor role. Very clear breakdown of responsibilities and tasks. And so here I am thinking, this looks very different. I've never seen this before in my experience. I'm really curious to practice in this. So, by providence and by determination, got the gig. Got in as a clinical supervisor, did that in 2023, heading up to 2024, and then came back as a clinical supervisor as well in 2024. But then in March this year, there was an opening for a hub coordinator position in Kajiado, Rongai. Someone rang me from the office and asked me, so your name has been fronted, you've been nominated. I'm like, okay, so yeah, you have to make a decision really quick. And so I assessed my internal capacity to take on this role. I'd seen what a hub coordinator does, and I was a bit afraid, admittedly. But you know what? I said, just let's do this. Let's take it. And I went into hub coordinator role from March this year in Kajiado, and that has been, that's been the journey in a summary bit. But I'd say the growth that I've attained and the learning, as well as the meeting people and engaging in such forums, has been, some of the things that really stand out to me in that experience.
Brilliant. Thank you, Stephen. Diana, maybe you can talk about some of the skills you think it takes to be a Shamiri Fellow, and some of the skills that you learned after having been able to lead group therapy in high schools.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll start with some of the skills you need to be a Shamiri Fellow. So I'll start with the basic one. You need to have group facilitation skills because, as I said earlier, it's one of our roles to facilitate group discussions when implementing the Shamiri intervention. Then you also need to have patience and have an adaptability skill. Because you'll meet different individuals, you'll meet different students who have different characters, who are from different backgrounds. Some of them are maybe willing to communicate, some of them are not willing to participate. So you really need to learn to have the patience skill and to adapt to the different students that you'll encounter, because not all students are the same. Maybe there are certain students you encountered who are so active, who are participating actively, then there are other students you can encounter who are, I don't want to say rude, but who are not participating, or yeah. So you have to be adaptable, and you have to also have patience. You have to have inclusivity, because as I said earlier, you will meet different individuals, different participants who are from different backgrounds, who are different. Then some of the skills that you also need to have communication skills, basically. So some of the skills that I got from being a Shamiri Fellow, which has really helped me even in my leadership journey, I'll start with communication skills. So I learned how to listen attentively while also conveying ideas. So basically in communication skills, I learned how to listen keenly and attentively while also conveying ideas. I also learned time management, because when implementing the intervention, you follow a protocol. So basically, you have to try to stick to the time and also adjusting. So yeah, I learned time management, and I also learned group facilitating skills. Yeah, so those are some of the skills that I learned from being a Shamiri Fellow. And I also learned empathy and support. By empathy, I got to understand the different aspects of mental health and support. I started by mentioning we were trained to offer the near support, the near support. So like I learned some of the support skills and the empathy skills, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you, Diana. The last question, and this is for each of you to answer, is what about your experience of working at Shamiri, or what about the things that you've been hearing over the last 2 days gives you a sense of hope, resilience, and optimism for the months and years to come? So we can start with Stephen and then move along.
All right. So there's a lot of things, and I'd just like to point to one anecdotal, because we've looked at so much data, we looked at so much of the components that we are delivering. But there's this one story I remember. I was doing some shopping in a supermarket in Kiambu, and so just at the counter line, there's someone who was young tapped my shoulder, who was just on the opposite lane. I did not recognize them, but they said hi, and then I was like, they said Shamiri. I was like, okay, so are you a fellow? And they weren't a fellow, they were actually a student from a school. Now, previously I was just a clinical supervisor. This was not a student I had seen. They just seen me in the school walking around. And there is a sense of some of the impact that we can't measure per se. But this experience that we live in the schools upon culmination of the program really imparts a sense of hope in me, I'd say, purely because I know we did our level best. And again, if you are keen to take heed of the learning curves that are there, so that builds in you, cultivates a lot of resilience. There is a weight of expectation to deliver your mandate, and that also puts in you resilience. But then there's the hope that you see upon the end when there's feedback that you get from such an individual that you really impacted their life one way or another.
Brilliant. Thanks for sharing, Stephen. That's really powerful. Thank you.
All right. For me, I'd also like expand more on the impact part. Feedback that we get from our fellows, especially being a supervisor, you're one contact with the fellows as much. So like seeing your fellow do and excel is one thing, and it's something that usually encouraged me to do better. And it gave me like hope that considering a fellow that didn't have these skills before, and now they can be able to conduct like a group session alone without even your supervision or even without you being around, is something that is amazing. And the fact that also the students are able to give positive feedback, because I remember for me, just like Stephen, in one of the schools that we did, we implemented the program last phase. There's a student who approached me as well. She had a written letter, and she told me I should give the letter to a certain fellow. Luckily enough, it was my fellow. So like when I read the name, I was like, oh, I have to get this to my fellow. So when I got the letter to him, it had really positive impact that the fellow has done for the students, and that gave me like a lot of encouragement to see like these fellows are getting to the students whatever is required. Also, there's a lot of power and hope when you see like you're giving back to the people that you're not expecting them to like give you anything. Like let's say like in this room I can interact with someone with the hope that maybe they are going to give me a job or an opportunity, okay? But these are students, they are high school students, right? They came from home, they are here at school, maybe some of them are in boarding schools, so they don't have like anything in return to give to you, right? They're just there for you to like be there for them and solve their issues, maybe their challenges. So like it gives you so much comfort and hope that you are doing the right thing to the right people, and that also gives me a lot of hope that someday these students are going to do very well in life because of that intervention that we have given to them, because it's not something they'll just forget about it. When you teach them about growth mindset, when you teach them about gratitude and values, this is something you're impacting, a long-lasting impact in their lives, and that's what gives me a lot of hope with them.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Catherine. Diana, last word from you.
Okay, I'll first of all start by acknowledging the fact that Shamiri actually offers training to young providers. It's really giving us because it's ending the stigma on mental health, empowering young people to also be at the forefront of advocating for mental health. It's giving a sense of hope. And the resilience part, I can say, because the aspects of the intervention, like the problem-solving skills that you learn from there, to be able to know how to bounce or how to go forth from a setback. So really giving a sense of resilience. And I can also mention something on the impact part. I remember when after a certain discussion, the last discussion I had, and one of the students actually wrote a very touching letter to me. And I actually read it, and that impact that it leaves, or that impact that we create in the lives of these students or the participants. Yeah, so basically it's really giving us a sense of hope and resilience.
Thank you so much, Diana. I did tell you guys at the start, these are the true superstars and MVPs of Shamiri. So please join me in giving them a round of applause. And they're all three of them are really modest, but without them and the other fellows, supervisors, hub coordinators, we wouldn't have been able to have an impact on the just over 100,000 students that Shamiri's been able to impact this year. And it's all because of their hard work and dedication and their sharing in our vision to make mental health care affordable and accessible for young people. So thank you, Stephen, Catherine, Diana. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you for sharing all those valuable insights, really powerful. And I hope all of you guys appreciate all of their insights. And they'll be sticking around for the networking reception. So if you want to hear more from them, please do seek them out. Thank you guys so much. Another round of applause.
Optimism. More and more I have come to admire resilience. Not the simple resistance of a pillow, whose foam returns over and over to the same shape, but the sinuous tenacity of a tree. Finding the light newly blocked on one side, it turns in another. A blind intelligence, true. But out of such persistence arose turtles, rivers, mitochondria, figs, all this resinous, unretractable earth.
All right. It's time for our final panel. How you feeling? Hey, guys. Thank you, Marie. This final panel is really going to be a synthesis of all we've spoken about in the next 2 days. If you missed any of the sessions, well, you're in luck, because they're going to be recapping all that we've been talking about in the themes of resilience, hope, and optimism. So please join me in welcoming my panelists. From the science track, you know her, you love her, we have Dr. Christine Wasanga. Dr. Wasanga, as you know, is the senior lecturer at Kenyatta University, also a board member here at Shamiri Institute. Next, we have Kiara Van Okel. She is the Chief Operating Officer at Shamiri Health. Come on up, Kiara. Finally, we have Stella Waruingi. She's the head of mental health department at Nairobi City County Government. And last but certainly not least, we have Caleb Chiari. He's the Director of Partnerships, People, and Engagement with us at Shamiri Institute.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. We still actually have a full house, so this is very encouraging. Thank you all for taking time out of your rather busy days. Everyone has priorities to stick with us to the very end. So we are now wrapping up the show with the synthesis panel. I will not have to introduce my fellow panelists again. What we're going to go into now is a synthesis, an amalgamation of the last 2 days. Just kind of discussing what the 3 tracks have been, from the doers to the policy side to the science side. This is basically every track you have been to. If you weren't able to attend the policy side or the science side or the doer side, we've got you covered on this one. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into it right now. So starting with Stella. Sorry, let me just jump into it. As head of Nairobi County's mental health department, how can county government strengthen localized efforts to address mental health challenges, particularly in underserved communities, as it pertains to our sector of the panel? I'm sure those people who have not attended that side would be very curious to know how we are addressing that side of things.
Thank you so much. And as he has said, my name is Stella. I coordinate mental health at Nairobi County. And when you look at the the tracks that we have gone through, and I think most of them have touched on how can we be able to leverage on each other. I'll go back and start by saying, sometimes when you work in government, there's a lot of expectation. But I always challenge even partners who come to the office. I ask them, who is government? I mean, it's you who are paying taxes, and I know it's painful. So it's about us putting our efforts together, from coming up with policy that are people sensitive, policies that are implementable, which has been covered in the track for policy. How do we have the people at the national government developing policies that can be adapted downwards at the implementation part, which is the counties? And at the county level, how do we pick up implementation? And when we talk about implementation, it's about partnership, collaboration. We can't do it alone. How do we make sure that partners who are coming in have a space? I always say, creating a safe space for partners to come and implement. Making sure that our intervention, both clinical and psychological intervention, are responsive to a population. When you talk about the underserved, who are these? In Nairobi, we talk about the people in formal settlements, and again, we have the populations of persons with living disability, be it physical, be it mental. So how do we make sure that the policies are favoring them? How do we make sure that the interventions are evidence-based, so that when we combine these, we can have a better population that has a better mental wellness, and we are able to reduce the mental ill health. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Stella. And jumping onto the science side with Dr. Wasanga, Stella and her team are largely on the practical implementing side of things. You're on the science side, the genesis of the practice. How do we ascertain that the innovations that you're developing are able to be practically implemented on this side of things, on our side, on Stella's side, and it is being adhered to with as much fidelity as possible?
I think based on what was presented yesterday and today, I think the most important thing is, as we were told, data. When you go out and collect that data, you want to implement this program, what are you basing the implementation on? So data is important. And you'll not be able to take a step without actually any credible data to support whatever it is that you're doing. That is, I think, one of the things that came out from this discussion. And as you can see from the example of Shamiri, there is collection of data all over, testing of data, analysis of data, then you feed it back to the program again and see how you can scale it. And also I need to say partnership with the people that we thought we know they are going to implement it. During the science workshop today, which was held there, I think we were given a very good model about partnerships, the researcher and then this person who is going to implement. So that is what I'm taking away from this place. Yeah.
Kiara, to you, you're on the doing side of things. You know, you work with several partner organizations. Several are coming to you. You're going to them. At Shamiri Health, we have the policy side. We have the research side. How are you bridging this divide? How, from the doer side, how are you making sure that you've been able to synthesize these two sides to hit the ground running effectively?
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. And yeah, really full room. I don't think I've seen such a full room at the end of a two-day conference before, and I think, yeah, shout out to Shamiri Institute and all the speakers and audience. It's amazing. So I think there's been one very clear thread throughout all the tracks, from yesterday morning with the panel with Dr. Merali, Anika, Professor Ndete, all the way to us now speaking. And that's about the individual and the humans in all of this. So yes, you really need policy, you need the frameworks, you need the structure, and then you need the data and the science to back it up to make sure it's actually something that can work. But those two things are pretty inanimate or pretty kind of stuck without people at the end of the day. And so to actually bring these things to life, not just once or twice, but day on day, you really need people to be in their best shape and form to be able to do that. And I really like a quote which says, I can't remember exactly who says it, but any idiot can deal with a crisis, but it's really, it takes the kind of hero to deal with the day-to-day. And I think what, really grinds us, and I think what's really telling about these panels and about the theme, the light within, we really have to make sure we're taking care of ourselves as we come to work, as we're in government, as we're leading countries, as we're doing research, in order to be able to kind of really advance ourselves, advance societies and countries and humanity.
And just carrying over on that, from your perspective, what do you see as being the most important factor in building up partnerships that actually support meaningful and scalable mental health interventions?
So I think making sure missions are aligned from the get-go. So really making sure you've built that relationship, you've built that rapport, you're working with the right people, you're both in it together, you continuously check in and you make sure that you're on track. And also communication is key, right? So continuously connecting and making sure, okay, today the partnership looked good and seemed to work, but in 3 years, will it continue to work? Do we need to change it up? Do we need to go back to the drawing board? Do we need to ask more questions of people? One of the things that came up in the Doers track yesterday around scaling grassroots organizations was don't try to impose something, or don't come out of the boardroom and put it onto the ground. Just go ask people, find out the local context, find out exactly what it is people need and want, and then start from there and do it over and over. So there are change-making currents all the time in society, so to make sure that you're up to date.
And Stella, just carrying over on the element of partnerships and alignment. Right now, the mental health sector, we're all about partnerships. We're all about finding each other, interlinking, finding any type of synergy we can and running off. But sometimes this is not always the case, and the government is on the side where we all want to partner with you. It gives us more optics, it gives us more, knowledge. We actually get exposed to other organizations. And just wanted to know from your perspective, what can governments do to foster stronger collaborations with NGOs and private sector players, and even bridging in international funders in a way that actually brings about synergy? It's very hard to break in when a partnership seems very, very promising and we jump in and find there's no alignment. How do you, from your side, because like I said, you are an incubator of sorts to various partnerships, and all of us organizations have found each other through you. How do you create that synergy and ascertain that it sticks?
I would say that one of the main ingredients in this is making sure as government we are creating an enabling environment. How can we do that? By reducing the bureaucracy. I have seen the frustrations of some partners. They really want to come and partner, but the bureaucracy that we as government have put in are very inhibiting. And to be very honest, we have lost partnership. And an organization tells you the things that are being told to do are too many. Let me move to Kiambu, let me move to Kajiado. So that is, and I believe, not just as Nairobi, this is one of the challenges. There are so many, I'm sure even at the national level, we need to reduce the bureaucracy that are there. Some of them that are meaningless. It's just because someone said, because there was a memo that was written 20 years ago, or this is how government works. And we refuse to move with the current, how things are moving. So I would say that would be number one. Number two is having very clear guidelines so that I don't have favorism because, Caleb, we have good relationship. I give you favor over another organization. Or for example, what has been happening in the partnership space? The multinational NGOs have been bulldozing the smaller CBOs and the local NGOs. I'm kind of happy because it's changing, because the multinational now are not coming, especially the USAID, are not coming directly. They are not being funded to come and implement directly. They are being given conditions of funding the other smaller grassroots NGOs. So there was that kind of favorism because a multinational will come with a budget in terms of bees. Whereas a local CBOs have hundreds of thousands. So you find the one that has millions or has a few $1 million is given favorism. So us having a stakeholder engagement framework, for example, in mental health, and this from a personal experience has been my challenge. We don't have an engagement. It's a new unit. We don't have an engagement. So some partners will want to be also coy and come and go directly to the grounds without passing through the procedures. Sometimes when you want to put things straight, a partner will tell you, but I was given permission by who? So we don't have a framework where, number one, to make sure that it's supporting those organizations that want really to be genuine, and also a framework that is going to nip out. Because sometimes, with all due respect, some partners want to be a bit, like naughty, and then they want to come do something when their donors are coming. Let me give an example. We had a partner who was, they came for an induction because we have procedures, then they disappeared. We didn't know that the day of induction, they take nice photos. And they went and told the donor they are working. Then the donor wanted to come. Then they're calling you. Can you give us, we paint that container in Kibra in our colors. Just, those optics. So I think we need those framework. Those are the things. So we create a good environment where you feel in, you can plug in, whether you have 10,000, you have 1 million or 10 million. And again, we have a framework so that when you come to government, these are the procedures. And what I'm saying in the same breath, let these not procedures be punitive, reasonable, so that you don't spend 5 million on taking us to Naivasha, taking government officials. So it's a very nice procedure where you feel most of the budget goes to implementation.
And if I could just carry over, most organizations, small or medium, find themselves caught up between a rock and a hard place. On the one end, you have maybe a punitive infrastructure in government that is not porous. You're really trying to get in, but it's hard. On the other side, you have a donor that is really putting some weight behind you of, this is what we want. And maybe a government system that says, well, your mental health program is nice, but we would prefer your focus is very much on girls. Yesterday, in one of the policy tracks, Ministry of Education, personnel, and even one of our partners mentioned that is a conflict that mental health organizations are now having to face, is what the donor wants versus what the government wants in terms of implementation. How do we navigate that? It's a very complex situation.
It's not.
It's not. Please elaborate.
Let me be, with all due honesty, what as partners you do. You go sit in your boardrooms, you develop proposals, you get the funding. And this funding, you're not coming to implement in your boardrooms. That is where the conflict, I've had that. That is where the conflict comes. Because if you're honest with yourself and you want to come and implement in Nairobi in mental health, you should first know, how does structures in Nairobi mental health work? Who is the lead? What are the structures on the ground? What does partnership in Nairobi looks like? What are the gaps? But what you do, most of organizations, some of them not, will go to the boardroom, get a funding, then you come to me, you say, we have this $1 million, we want to do this. Don't forget, in government, I don't just report to an office. We have what we call annual work plans. I report to someone with clear objective and activities. So some partner will come to you, and what they are doing is not in your priority. It is not in your work plan. It is not in our medium-term expenditure framework. Then they say we are difficult. So what I advise partners, the moment, because your role is to keep on getting funding, why don't you co-design, co-apply, so that by the time you're getting a funding, for example, you want to do, like for example, let me use example Shamiri. You're doing mental health in schools. Have you, when you're doing those funding, did you ever sit down with someone from MOE and someone from health? Because that's a function that cuts across. It's a mental health intervention. Where does it fall? It falls under health docket. And if you're in Nairobi, health is a devolved function. So you need to talk to health in Nairobi. You're doing in school. School is national function depending, and then there's also the county, the one for the chekechea, the small. So I think the short of the long, what I'm saying, partners need to respect government. Before you apply for that funding, let's co-design, get our priority. And then by the time you're coming, I'll have already put it in my annual work plan. So as you do your activity as a partner, I'm achieving in my annual work plan. So it becomes my responsibility to ensure that your program is supported, it is functioning, and there is deliverables.
Oh, thank you so much, Stella. Thank you. Dr. Wasanga, coming back to you, I want to talk about the integration of research innovations. Recently the innovations in the sector areas of character strengths, gratitude practices have become, have shown promise, and they've become very popular. Particularly, several organizations are actually really delving deeper into that area of intervention. And particularly in lower to middle income countries where not everyone has access to traditional psychotherapy. Maybe the question to you is, how can, from an evidence research-based perspective, how can these interventions on character strengths and gratitude be adapted to scale to diverse populations? Kenya is not a monolith. You have people from the central, people from the northeastern, various corners of the country, various cultural practices. People even with disabilities need their own version. From a research perspective, in terms of just innovations, how can we ascertain that these interventions are adapted and scaled while maintaining effectiveness across this very diverse group of peoples?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. And what I will start with saying that as I said in the science workshop there, character strength interventions are very easy to implement across cultures, simply because they are not so scientific like these methodologies that Dr. Ndete here would use to treat bipolar, for example. So character strength is natural. It is what you have. So it's like looking into the potential of this person, the environment where this person is, the challenges that the person is experiencing depending on the culture, and probably tailoring, if it is strength, growth mindset, then tailoring that to the local conditions in that place. I remember one of the researchers here shared about research in Turkana, and which had very positive findings, not on character strengths. But if you went to Turkana right now and you wanted to implement that, so that would be a base on what somebody in Turkana will be able to do to be able to develop this growth mindset. So what I say is that it's not complicated, looks at your environment, looks at your challenges, looks at what do you have, and does not touch on those expensive things that you don't have. So beginning from what the people have at the local community, at the local culture, then you can be able to use that to address their needs in a relevant way. And remember, is it yesterday when Professor Ndete presented and said that he has done research on traditional healers. That is localized. Traditional healers in Ukambani are not the same as in Mount Kenya region or Western. They have a different concept about that. So just learning the local community and tailoring the intervention. You have the generic, but then here, what is it? What is the challenge in this locality? And then you are able to help people in that situation. And I think that is the strength of character strengths, focusing on character strengths so that wherever you are, whether you have disabilities, whatever the challenges in your environment, you can actually thrive. And it is applicable in the slums and wherever it is that you are in Kenya. So the challenge is, do we look around our communities? If I'm writing a proposal to look for funds, do I first study and get details of this community? What are their character? What are the challenges? What are their strengths? And build those in my program so that they can benefit.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Hassan. And maybe just, if I can, just for my own curiosity, carry over from what Dr. Ndete was saying regarding traditional healers. He made a very good closing, which is what the traditional healers are saying is that you can keep your science we will keep our patients. And I found that to be very powerful. How do you get the scientific community, the heavy-duty research community, to begin to embrace? Because in a realm of mental health, myself being a layman, I'm realizing that with the matters of the mind are very complex. It is an area that nobody can say that they have a monopoly of knowledge. And right now it seems like it is all hands on deck to help battle this issue. How do you get the research side to be more embracing of maybe even these alternative approaches?
Okay, what I could say, probably Professor Ndete can answer that, but what I think we need to do, the researchers, is vacate the impression that there is nothing existing in this community in relation to the mental health. These people know nothing, these people do nothing, and if challenges come, it is for us to come with a package of, solutions. You need to do this, you need to do that. So what I would say is, before I move into a community, I need to know them, I need to understand them, because every community has a way of addressing any challenge that they've been facing. And you are going in to offer this solution, but they have solutions. They've been using them. And sometimes they've worked, sometimes they have not worked. So the researchers need to maybe move from, I know it all. I know why you are in trouble, and I have the solution, so you need to do A, B, C, and all will be well. They just listen to you, they do what you want, and then you go with your data, and that data is meaningless to them. But if I go and ask, for example, somebody is having a challenge, and they say, my faith is so important, and what I'm doing is I'm praying. I need to listen to that. They are praying, and that's how they resolve their problem. Then in our conversation, then, what are the limitations of this just praying? Maybe a suggestion like, have you tried doing ABC? Remember but you are coming like you don't know. And then through that conversation, you'll be able to discover. So then we don't sit in boardrooms, like she says. We don't write proposals and go to implement in a community that you know nothing about. I believe everybody out there has their own ways of resolving their mental health challenges, and we need to learn them, we need to respect them, and we need to build on them.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Wasanga. Kiara, back to you. Or did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would love to build upon that. Just that I wholeheartedly agree with what you just said. And Caleb, you said alternative medicines, and I've heard people say, alternative to what? As in, we think that there's a right way to do things, and then everything else is alternative. Whereas maybe a lot of this was known before, used before, and we didn't think to ask, and maybe what is being commented on, that there was a lot of original local knowledge that for a long time has been ignored, and I do think that's changing. Like, I think that we were talking in the Doers track about a disruption in the workplace, but I do see a disruption in the medical space as well, and in healthcare. And I think to bring it back to mental health, for so many years it was like psychoanalysis, and it stopped there, and then it went more into medical and medicines. And I think for a long time there was this divorce between mind and brain and body, and now we're coming back full circle and saying no, the mind is connected to the body, and there's psychosymptomatic, that what you find in the mind can connect. And then if you bring it back to even more collective wisdoms and medicines, it's that then each of our bodies and minds are connected to each other. So I think that there's a huge disruption happening, and I think COVID was a huge accelerator that made people ask, okay, it's not just enough with one way of looking at this. Let's look at everything as a whole and an interconnected whole.
Yes, actually, in our policy track, the director of the Division of Mental Health, Dr. Mercy, actually said COVID, as tragic as it was, gave the mental health world and community a jolt, right? It really woke up. And I think some of the after effects of COVID really impacted the minds. But to you, Kiara, maybe shifting now to youth engagement, youth participation has been a recurring theme in this summit. And you are involved in programs that impact youths. Most of the people within this room are youths. Most doers nowadays are finding themselves having to deal with youths almost predominantly. How can programs effectively involve young people in shaping and leading mental health initiatives to create a lasting effect?
Great question. Thank you. I thought you were almost going to say, and I'm a youth, but I'll wait for that. I don't think it's so hard. I think it starts in the schools, like find youth where they are, maybe not just schools, but where they hang out, and involve them. So really thinking about schools, social centers, where the youth community will spend their time, and make sure that they are feeling like a valued part of society. And that, you know, when I'm thinking about the tracks, when I'm thinking about government and science and research, you know, making sure that there's always kind of youth representation at the table in one way or another, and getting their input. I also think it's really changed over the generations, and I really respect the youth today for this, because I think before you would kind of, we were talking about this earlier, but maybe millennials, or you'd kind of be like, okay, sit down, shut up, you know, kind of wait your turn to speak. And now I think what we're seeing, you know, even when you turn on the TV and you see like really young global leaders and shapers, I think the youth today are saying, well, you know, with all the alarm bells ringing now, with the economic downturn, with environmental crisis, with inequalities, I think that's really empowering youth themselves to say, you didn't get it all right, it's not all set in stone, we think we can do this a lot better, and actually coming out with a loud voice. So I think, yeah, it's about meeting them where they are, bringing them into the discussion, but also just, or not stopping them, because I think they have a real force behind them, and have a lot to say.
And if there's any group that has actually made mental health a topic in workplaces, it is the young people. Yeah, more so than any other ones.
Yeah, I think so. I think it is the young people, but I also think the young people tend to have the louder voice because of technology and social media, right?
Correct.
So I think the older generation, they may really agree with what's being said. I know of, you know, older generation friends, family I speak to, they're agreeing, they're really championing it, but they're just not on TikTok and Instagram doing reels about it. And so, well, not all of them, some are. But I think the fact that you have social media now as a platform, and the youth know how to use it and really use it to their strengths. So I think, yeah, the combination of their mindset, the world the way it is, and then the loudspeaker of social media is a pretty powerful combo.
Good, thank you so much, Kiara. Stella, last one for you. The mental health field, space, community often competes with other priorities in the government's agenda. How can governments, and this is not just Nairobi County, I think I'll put you on the spot, maybe see if you can hold court for the national side of things as well. What can governments do, or maybe say how can actors such as yourself within the government ecosystem, what can you do to foster stronger collaborations with NGOs, the private sector, and other players in the mental health space to attain more resource allocation towards this sector so it can be a bit more vibrant? We are all here, we're trying to make noise, but one topic that has come up, especially in the policy tracks, is money, money, money. Where is the money? How do we get more money?
I would say two-pronged. Number one, as I had said earlier, from the government, as much as we may not have enough from the exchequer, how can it create enabling environment for investors, whether they're coming in to invest in research, in implementation, how can that environment be enabling? Number two is the partnership. When we have this good environment for partnership, how do the partners also play a role because with government there's something you hear, I know, okay, it's being abused, public participation. But how can, for example, let me speak from where money, our allocation comes. This year we have managed, in the current CIDP, County Integrated Development Plan, we managed to get mental health in the CIDP. The CIDP is a 5-year planning document for county. How did we manage to get these? I got partners and I told them we're about to go for public participation. And I got partners who are working in Kibra. I told them sponsor young people to go all the sub-county. On the other side, the north of Nairobi, the west of Nairobi. So partners came together. We agreed on our minimum. So from the north to the west of Nairobi, in every public participation, there were young people, old people talking about the same thing, about mental health. So at the end of the day, when those reviews are put together, mental health came out very strongly, and we got about our 4 indicators that were indicated in, that were captured in CIDP. What does this mean? Number one, there was a lot of advocacy. I, as a government employee, I'm not able to shout loud enough. I'm a technical expert. But now when partners during this public participation, they come and support, and they support young people, and people, they go, that is, so number one, advocacy. We come together and we do advocacy. When it is in the CIDP or any other government, it doesn't mean that it's automatically get enough funding. But what does it mean? It means that when another partner wants to come and invest, they'll first ask, is our investment aligned to the government? So we are able to show this activity, or these areas are in the government. So that's another way of getting money from the donors and not the government. So those are some of the ways. And lastly is, we will not go short of talking about partnership. Partnership, both local, international, state and non-state. Forming this partnership, creating an environment, and working towards one goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What about just strictly in terms of raising awareness as to why mental health matters? How do you get the government ecosystem to take it as seriously as they do HIV and AIDS, cholera, typhoid, malaria? What noise do we need to make? Is there a way to get everyone diagnosed and just have them realize, oh yeah, but you're walking around with it, might want to get it checked?
I may not have a magic bullet for this, but I would say I'm not as old, when Prof. Ndete is seated there and I'm talking about mental health, I have a lot of respect for him. They have been in this space long enough, the likes of Professor Toli, Frank Jenga. These are our fathers in mental health who have had the fight. They have created the path for us. And now we are here, continuing the same. I joined the management, I've been there for the last 10 years. It's not the same. The landscape is changing. So I think the clarion call is, let's make it more louder. We are losing, we are all mourning the death of I don't know whether we observed a minute of silence for Charity. For those ones who know Charity, she was buried on Wednesday, losing a mental health champion who was so strong, had petitioned the government in discrimination of suicide. Then she dies by the same. That was hurtful. And then at some point I lost hope in this work. But then I said, there's another, every day we go out and talk about mental health. Every day we go out, let's not tire. I may retire before we have finished. Ndete is here, and I'm sure he has a lot of hope, right? And he has done his work. I'll do my work. Each and every one of us, let's pick it, let's go social media. That small inch we push a little, someone else push a little, and the change we make, we keep on moving this wheel, little by little. We don't know when, but every day we make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Last one to you, Dr. Wasanga, and I think we'll just keep it very brief because I'm seeing we have some audience questions that have been sent here. I want to just cover trauma-informed practices in schools, being that we do work in schools. How can scientific insights about trauma and resilience be effectively applied in school settings to create safe and supportive environments for students?
Okay, you said I keep it brief because trauma interventions, yes, a few of them you may apply in a general population, like in a school, but I think one needs to to make an assessment before you can go into the school and begin to implement this. Because trauma interventions are quite specialized, not general like character strengths, and so probably you need a little bit more expertise to know how to do that. So I don't think we can do that right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well understood. Thank you. Thank you so much. So as we conclude the Shamiri Summit, we have some key takeaways, but also I just want to ask some questions over here that are coming in from our audience. So forgive me for looking at my phone. One question is here is, how can leaders prioritize and foster employee well-being as a fundamental human right, independent of its impact on productivity or financial metrics? Don't know who would like to take that on.
Maybe just, I would say, as I say that we have made progress. And as we know, only this year, the ministry launched the mental health at the workplace. That's a huge milestone for us. Myself, when I do my consultancy work, over and over the years, over the month, I'm finding more organizations reaching out to talk about mental health at the workplace. However, it's the people who are seated here and make a very deliberate action. One of the parting shots as we're finishing our track was, let's be kind to each other. So at the end of the day, we know the HR is the heart of organization, but even you who is seated here as an employee, are you being kind enough to the other person? So organization need to make it a priority, need to be intentional about it, but again, I would also say put the burden to every other soul seated here. What role are you playing to the colleague that you're working with, to the person who is junior to you? Are you creating that space for them? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Stella. I think, yeah.
Yeah, just something to add on mental health at the workplace. From what I've heard from especially the teachers, I think the Minister of Education has done quite a lot in terms of supporting teachers who may have mental health problems. These teachers are taken for treatment. I think TSC pays for it, and they are given time to recover, then come back to work. So I think the government has made tremendous, steps towards that.
I'd love to answer just from the workplace perspective in the panel earlier. So I think a takeaway from the panel was really that leaders have to walk the talk. So there has to be examples set that people can follow in terms of bringing the other domains into this domain. So your family, your faith, your just this integration of coming in, talking about your kids, talking about your hobby, talking about how church was or other institution, just to really give permission to everyone who's coming into the workplace to do the same. And then I would say that another point well made on the panel was the kindness point, but also do it because it's right. As in, it's a collective effort for everyone who's showing up to show up as a person and take interest in the people around you. As in, like, some of my touching moments in the workplace is really just hearing about someone's anniversary or someone's new interest or side hustle or sister's birthday. And I think, yeah, we live in a capitalist society. We have KPIs to hit. We have to keep time in meetings. But if you can, every part of the day, just take a pause and think about the people that you're working with and spending most of your time that day with, then I think it goes a long, long way. And it's what did the singer say? Haba haba something. It's the small things, big. Maybe someone can remember, but.
Haba na haba ujaza kibaba.
Yeah, so just remembering it's the small things lead to big impact changes. So I think that's something we can really take away.
I think you have a good duet over here. Looks like Stella can always help you out when you need.
If you stay for the after party, Stella and
absolutely,
I will be.
Absolutely. So this next one is, and feel free to answer whoever as you see fit. In what ways can leaders nurture a culture of light among youth, where they not only lead by example, but also uplift others to become catalysts of hope, justice, and progress. Does anyone want to take that on? I can even repeat it again, or do you think you've got it?
I think I've got it. I think if they showed the dancing pigeon video, it would help a lot. But more seriously, I think if they genuinely showed up continuously as themselves, showed their vulnerability, and really just asked how that person is and what they can have, how they can help them, then that will make a huge difference.
Yes, I would say listen, observe, and just be sensitive. Because most of us, because of maybe our culture, we don't go talking about our challenges, our weaknesses, our vulnerabilities. But what I found in interacting, especially with the young people, that is students, somebody will be in serious mental health challenges, but they will not come out and say, I'm going through this and that, until you take time to just speak to them. After you've observed something that is not quite right, just take time and stop, talk to them, ask them what is happening, and tell them you are there to listen, you have time. And I see many of them taking courage, and they step forward, and they come and tell you very deep things that initially they were talking about failure to attend lectures, but then you discover a lot of, mental health issues behind that. And they may not be the ones experiencing, but they are from home. Maybe the parents, maybe the mom, but then they are impacting this person. He's sitting there looking at you, trying to go through the motions, but you miss that, you've lost that person. So just look around you and take time to say, hello, how are you doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Stella, anything? Are you okay? Okay, all right. So just, we have 3 minutes. I think I can ask 2 more questions. There's another one here that says, Professor Ndete also has a question. Okay, Professor, please proceed.
Well, I have no question. Except to say that I am extremely pleased because at last, these 2 ladies have said exactly what I've been saying for the last 20 years. Absolutely, I've been saying the same language. My joy is now at this point, we are reading from the same script. And this is great. The other thing I want to say is this. These 2 ladies are walking the talk. And I would like to thank you, and then you, yes, you in particular. Shall I say the county government of Nairobi? The kind of support, you may not have seen me out there in the field, but I know what is happening. With our work of Africa Institute of Mental Health Research and Brain Research, we have received unbelievable support. Keep it up. And we are very happy to stay here in Nairobi. Thank you so much. Christy, I want to thank you very much on behalf of Tom, who is very busy talking. Your ability to work with the people is so encouraging, and you have worked with us so effectively. Keep it up. I think now, today, I'll sleep very well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndete. Yes, thank you. Any comment you'd like to say?
Yes.
What is it?
There's something that has not come out that was shared yesterday. If you're a researcher, task shifting. And that really clicked as something, a bell in my mind, because we sit down, design a study, and then it's like there's nobody else who exists out there. Yet there are people who you can use and become more cost effective. So I think researchers, we need to rethink and then apply whatever it is we've learned in these first 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wasanga. Thank you. And to also the researchers. We have 1 minute. Maybe I can give some closing remarks. Stella, would you like to say anything as a parting shot?
Oh, I don't know.
Fans, so.
I don't know what to say. Hearing the kind words of Professor Ndetei, it's someone that I've been quoting in my research from my undergraduate, and sharing the table in terms of research and in such a panel, and getting to see that as we're upcoming researchers and young in this profession, that the people we looked up to, we are sitting in the same setting, and they're appreciating the little that we are doing. I think for me that is encouraging. So my parting shot is, I know now, when I sit here, I look up at Professor Ndetei. As I sit here, I know there are younger people who are looking up to me. I think my parting shot is, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Because I started it. I didn't know it would land me here. I didn't know that I would be recognized by someone I used to quote in my books, in my research. So you who are seated here as a young person, some people have approached me today, they say they want to work with Nairobi County. I'm always big in mentoring people, but my word is consistency, consistency, consistency. Keep doing what you're doing, and in one way or the other, it will pay off. So do it.
Round of applause for that. Yeah. Kiara Van Okel, to you.
Thank you, Caleb. I'm just going to keep it super short, but just what an honor it was to be able to speak, and how inspired I am by the fellow speakers and by everyone here, and just to be a part of it all. And I think my parting shot is just to, it's very similar to Stella's, but it's just to, even when you're not being celebrated or noticed for the work, just keep on doing the work, and it's kind of small, incremental changes that are going to get us there. Also, to take the time, like what was said is that by Dr. Wasanga, is that you know, to be able to pay attention and ask people how they are, you need the time. So, you know, the slowest way to get, the quickest way to get to where you want to go is slowly. So just take a breather, take a pause, whilst everyone here is doing the amazing work you're doing, to be able to get there.
Thank you so much, Kiara. Round of applause to our wonderful panel again. And also, round of applause for yourselves for making it 2 days. This has been really wonderful. And a round of applause to our table of a secretariat over here. I just want to have you guys just stand up, please. Just clap for them. Stand up to the team. Stand up. These are the guys who have been planning, so clap for them. All right, thank you so much. So that's the end of our panel, guys. You take care of yourselves. And that's a wrap. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Walked around cactuses. Cactuses? Cacti? Do you say cacti or cactuses? Why would you say cacti? Okay, you know what? I'll say them both. I was walking around cactuses and I was like, poor cactus. What must have happened for this guy to cover up his body with spines? It's like throughout million years of evolution, he probably got hurt again and again, and he was like, go away, leave me alone. And so he thickened his skin and he pulled out a few thorns here and there, but it didn't help. And so he ended up, look, like completely covered with knives. You know, I wish I could tell him, Mr. Cactus, relax. Everybody here is trying to figure it out, but I can't because it's a cactus. Cacti don't talk. Wait, now I have to check if it's cacti or cactuses. Why can't I finish one thought before I have to Google something? Okay, great. Apparently you can say both cactuses and cacti. I wish I was less distracted.
I wish I was less distracted. I wish I was less distracted. I wish I was less distracted. I wish I was less distracted. I wish I was less distracted.
Anyway,
Wow, thank you so much, everyone. So, we're coming now to the end of our time together. And, so this is it. It's a wrap. Like, it's been 2 wonderful days, and I'm just so honored and humbled that all of you, spend your last 2 days with us. And I just want to just spend about 5 minutes just, like, wrapping this up and getting us into good energy, and then we can go downstairs and continue meeting and mingling and networking. So as I said yesterday, we at Shamiri always think about 3 big questions, and I just want to reintroduce these questions and as a challenge, challenge and inspire us to also in our own ways think about these 3, big questions. So the first question is, how can we build for scale? We've had a lot of great ideas, not just from our team, but from a lot of the panelists about this need for scale. We need to close the treatment gap. The great ideas, like task shifting, using different type of interventions. But I just want to challenge us to continue thinking about, how can we build for scale? The second question is, how can we make interventions better? How can we make them more effective, more potent to the folks that we're working with? And finally, how can we train and empower the next generation of providers, to the point in the panel, there are a new generation of people who are coming up, and so how can we train and how can we empower them? And we will continue thinking about these questions at Shamiri. We will continue developing ways of dealing with these questions. And just as I talked about yesterday, some of the ways that we're thinking about this includes ideas like low-touch therapy, character strength interventions, thinking about using different type of interventions. And we talked about the benefits of this, because it's an easy point of entry. It allows us to avoid stigma, and has been really emphasized, it's super cost effective. We talked about the idea of task shifting, really thinking about the different human resources that we have. And we realize that task shifting is quite important in helping us build more robust referral networks and also offering people appropriate care. And finally, we talked about centering these things around community and meeting people where they are, and allowing us to use communities to create a support network, to think beyond just one-on-one therapy, about also doing group-based care. Yeah, and we talked about how we're doing this through the Shamiri model for adolescents. We'll continue working on this next year. And if you come back to our next summit next year, we will tell you some of the updates we'll have on this. We talked about building this tech infrastructure, Shamiri OS, which helps with operations. It provides clinical tools, and it also helps with monitoring and evaluation. So if you're an implementing partner and you need a tech stack that you can use, we invite you to consider using this. And we also talked about what we're doing with AI, using AI to help us make therapies better and to make better therapists. Yes, I'm just really excited that all of us have really accepted our invitation, really reflected on this idea of flourishing. And finally, Shamiri Academy, which will also be launching to help us train the next generation of providers. So hope, resilience, optimism, those are the 3 things that we wanted to talk about. And I hope that the last 2 days of just really challenged you. That's one of the things we try to do. We try to challenge you to think outside of the box, to really realize that we are actually super lucky in this continent that we are able to work at the frontier of this. We are building local solutions in local contexts. We are trying to build a new model for Africa that works by Africans. And this type of event, is a great melting point for us to, meet different people across research, policy, doers. So please try to take advantage of the remaining time to, just meet new people, and hopefully that can inspire new, collaborations and new opportunities. So I want to thank you, everyone, for your patience, for being with us, for listening to us, and I'm just really grateful. But it takes a whole team to put this together. I just show up, but there are a lot of people who've been doing a lot of this work behind the scenes, and I just want to take a moment to appreciate them. So first I want to thank the whole Safari Park Hotel team and the great work that they have done, and really, kind of hosting us here and making sure that we're happy. I'm not sure there's anyone here from Safari Park, but if you can hear us on the microphone, just want to thank you for being great hosts. Yeah. Oh, okay, great. We have the tech team in the background. We've had technical challenges, but mostly, they've pulled through, for us. And I'm just really grateful for all, the work that you've done. Great. We have our Shamiri volunteers. They're always there in the back, kind of helping all of us check in and taking us from place to place. If you can't see me and you're a Shamiri volunteer, you just want to stand up if you volunteered for this. John Anthony, CEO and team, thank you so much to all the volunteers who just made this happen. And then there is the organizing team, the team that has been working really hard for months now, and pulling this through. It's a pretty large team. There is maybe 8 to 10 people who are doing this. But I just want to highlight a few people who really made this possible. So the first is Christine. Christine, do you just want to stand up, Christine? Thank you so much, Christine, for all the work that you did to, kind of really make this happen. And then the next 2 people are the true MVPs, the really true MVPs who've, had a lot of sleepless nights making this happen. The first is Netsonet. Netsonet, where's Netsonet? Ian Gathura, maybe. So Netsonet and Ian are the ones who've done all of our tech, media, comm stuff, just making sure that this has been a great success. I know how stressful it has been for you over the last few months, but I'm just really grateful, for you, Netsonet and Ian, and just thank you so much. And then last but not least, 2 great people. Sony, do you want to stand up? Sony and Luana, you want to stand up. So these are the true masterminds who have, pulled this off and, just made it, kind of possible. So if you see the 2 of them, just thank them and, thank you so much. So thanks, Sony, thanks, Luana. Great, so finally, as I mentioned, we will be going downstairs. But the light is within us, as we started, as how we are going to end, we still are going to live here and you're still going to face the world with all of these stresses, personal stresses, societal stresses, etc. But let's all just remember that it is the light within us that will give us hope, resilience, and optimism. And with that, we will conclude. But first, lastly, we have this really great video. And this video is about passing the ball. And it really builds on the idea that Professor Ndete and Stella mentioned, which is we need to do this as a team, and being part of, and doing that is sometimes means that we have to pass the ball. Like the policymakers have to pass it to the doers, have to pass it to the researchers. And just remember that until we see each other next year. There's a lot of times you will have the ball, but sometimes you should pass the ball. Thank you.
tea. No, I'm not doing it.
That's a wrap, guys. There's coffee and tea in the area where we had breakfast. And thank you all so much for coming.
Love to see you shine in the night like the diamond you are. I'm good on the side, it's alright. Just hold me in the dark. No one's got to know what we do. Hit me up when you fall. I live down the street, so we meet when you need and it's yours. All I is, and nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. Nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. I'm not. But we don't gotta hide. This is what you like, gotta make. Nothing feels better than this. Say we're just friends, but I swear when nobody's around, you keep my hand around your neck. We connect, are you feeling it now? 'Cause I am. I got so hotter than that. I swear to God, from my feet and lift the ground. Oh yeah, you're back up.
Right for every season, forgetting I need no reason. Yes, custom. It's Mr. Lover. Oh, man. Sugar! Girl, you must be sent from above. You keep me warmer than a winter glove. Your smile colorful like flowers in the spring. So me have to make a toast to your ting, ting, ting. I never meant to fall for your love. I know you're all I'm thinking of. This is more than a summer fling. It's only right that I put on the ring, ring, ring. Said if you left my side, I won't be okay. I can start last time. Love me right through every season. To every season. Make your way the reason. No reason you can't stay. For every season. Right through every season. Right through every season. Right through every season. Girl, you bring me up just like the sun on the horizon. And even when it rains, I'm enlightened. Oh, you're so sexy and your waist a swing. I'm in love to watch you when you do your ting, ting, ting. Girl, you make me heart skip a beat. And anytime you're not near me, no swing. Feel like the leaves when they drop off the limbs. Make your hand lose so me put on the ring, ring, ring.
In a world without you, your love, I don't think I'd be able to breathe. Out of nightmares when I should be dreaming. Said if you left my side, I won't be okay. I can start last time. Love me right through every season.
loving you like every, yeah. I'm loving you like every, yeah. Apple of my eye, woman, you make me feel like I could fly.